The committee will now come to order. Today, we will proceed with consideration of the fiscal year 2024 concurrent resolution on the budget. I want to thank my ranking member and friend, Mr. Boyle, for working with me to develop a structure for this markup that closely follows what's been done in the past. Our goal is to have a markup which both sides will have an opportunity to debate the framework for fiscal year 2024 concurrent resolution. And I want to thank everybody in advance for their cooperation. This is an historic and special day for me personally. And it's not because of this budget resolution. It's because it's my wife's birthday today. So on 3, if you will just give me a little bit of personal indulgence, this will probably allow me to run for one more term. Okay? Okay, I know I'm looking at my Democrat colleagues. On 3, happy birthday, Ann, if you would. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Ann. I love you, babe. Okay. Back to the people.
You are a saint.
Consistent with the agreement that I have reached with Mr. Brendan Boyle, we expect to complete our work no later than 6 p.m. tonight. I think we'll get done sooner. Without objection, the ranking member, Mr. Boyle, we will each have 5 minutes to make opening comments. Majority and minority will then each be allocated 60 minutes for committee members to make opening statements. Members have 7 days to submit additional statements for the record. After opening statements, we will proceed to a 45-minute technical and factual Q&A session with the majority staff on the budget resolution. The document will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The amendment considered by the committee will be those submitted pursuant to the agreement I made with Ranking Member Boyle. The debate time for each amendment will be limited to 10 minutes. Debate time will be equally divided between the sponsor of the amendment and the members opposed. To accommodate floor votes later in the day, that the chairman may be authorized to declare a recess at any time, and the committee roll any request for a roll call vote. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us here today as we undergo the most important job of this committee. And in accordance with the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, this is the law. And we're going to comply today as we complete and introduce the annual budget resolution. At this time, I'm going to recognize 5 minutes for myself, and then I'll yield 5 minutes to my ranking member. So, as I said, I want to thank everybody here today, but I want to thank my committee members on both sides of the aisle for a great start to this Congress. I think the ranking member and I agree that we want this committee to be a place for open, robust, and constructive debate, and I expect that today. But let's go back to where we started. In March, we had a hearing on the fiscal state of the nation. I think our witnesses and members alike shared the same sentiment. The fiscal health of our country is in decline, and our deficit spending, which is driving, by the way, a record debt to GDP, and our unfunded liabilities into the future are completely unsustainable. We also agree that both Republicans and Democrats have contributed to this financial mess that we find ourselves in. This isn't a Republican or Democrat problem, it's a math problem, and it will require real leadership from both sides of the aisle before it's too late. No leader worth their salt, in my opinion, could agree with this assessment and not feel an overwhelming sense of urgency and responsibility to address it. And that's what we're going to do today. This is part of that. Whether your concerns for the country are climate change and social safety nets, sustainability, or infrastructure and military readiness, a sovereign debt crisis would put all of these programs in peril. As a backdrop to the introduction of our budget resolution, I think it's noteworthy to reflect on what happened while we were home in August. One of the 3 major credit rating agencies, Fitch, downgraded the United States credit rating. Fitch stated that their decision to downgrade was due to, quote, fiscal deterioration in the coming years, mainly as a result of soaring interest costs, a weaker economy. They predicted a recession by the end of the year in Q1 of next year, and only a 0.5 percentage point in growth in 2024. But they also mentioned the big debt driver, the structural imbalance in our federal budget, runaway mandatory spending. Fitch also said that our cuts to non-defense, according to the FRA and other agreements, were just modest improvements, and that Congress doesn't have a long-term plan to deal with the real debt drivers of mandatory spending in a meaningful way that will reduce our debt to GDP. Finally, they warned that if we don't address these things, we should expect two things to happen, two consequences. We're going to get further downgraded, or we're going to undermine the dollar as the world's reserve currency. Folks, whether we have a slow economic decline as a result of this massive indebtedness or a sudden economic catastrophe, a sovereign debt crisis will not only jeopardize our economic prosperity, but our security, America's leadership in the world, and worse, our children's future. That's why our founding fathers repeatedly warned about excessive debt. My favorite quote is from our fourth president, James Madison, who said, "A public debt is a public curse." That's part of the title of our budget resolution. That curse, by the way, hangs heavy over our children's heads. It looms large over the horizon of our country. Our budget resolution will reverse the curse by reining in spending, returning to pro-growth policies, and restoring fiscal responsibility here in the nation's capital. This fiscal framework will balance the budget in 10 years by reducing deficit spending by $16 trillion. We achieve this, important to note, without cutting Medicare, Social Security, or veterans' benefits. We believe that the most practical and politically palatable way to fix the insolvency, and that's real, and it's in this 10-year window, and the unsustainability, not only for the seniors today, but for the seniors of tomorrow, is through constructive bipartisan efforts, so we recommend a bipartisan debt commission. Here's the plan for reversing the curse. First, we right-size the bloated bureaucracy by eliminating wasteful and unnecessary discretionary spending. We've seen 40% growth in the government since COVID. CBO says we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars that we wouldn't have otherwise spent coming out of COVID. Next, we reversed the recent $11 trillion record spending spree that has occurred over the last couple of years. We don't need an army of IRS agents. We don't need green energy giveaways. We don't need Obamacare subsidies for the wealthy. Third, these are the debt drivers, the big ones. Reining in runaway mandatory spending through entitlement reforms. We do that by putting patients in charge of their health care, strengthening Medicare for seniors, making Medicaid work rather, for the most vulnerable, and we end cradle-to-grave dependence. Mandatory 70% of the budget, it's 90% of the budget growth over the next 10 years. Fourth, we root out the rampant waste, fraud, and abuse in our entitlement programs. According to GAO, we have upwards of $2 trillion in expense there and in waste over the next 10 years. Lastly, but most importantly, I think, or at least as important, we reignite growth and prosperity with lower taxes, lower regulations, unleashing energy independence, building on America's first trade policies. If we can have 1% growth to the 2% projected by CBO, we add $3 trillion to our efforts to reduce the deficit. We can do that more. By the way, the 80s and 90s, we had over 3% growth, and our 75-year historic average is over 3%. Lastly, we all are committed to fixing the broken budget process. It's not working. It's failing the American people. It's failing this institution. I think there's a bipartisan commitment to do that. President Biden said, "Show me your budget, I'll show you your priorities." I agree with him, but I think there's a stark difference between our priorities and the president's priorities. In our priorities, we rein in spending in this budget. We reform entitlements. We return to pro-growth policies. We restore fiscal responsibility by balancing the budget. The president, in his budget, imposes the highest levels of taxing, spending, and borrowing in the history of the country. $90 billion in increased spending in discretionary next year, $2.2 trillion in new mandatory spending and more entitlement programs, $4.7 trillion in new taxes. Instead of balancing, his budget adds $17 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years. Let me close here. Today, we lay out this vision for the future of our country, and I don't think the stakes could be any higher. If we demonstrate collectively, Republicans and Democrats, the extraordinary sense of urgency, persistence, and political courage, we will preserve America's leadership in the world and secure the blessings of liberty for our children. But if we don't, we'll be the first of our nation's leaders to leave the next generation with not a better and brighter future, but a worse and weaker country than we inherited. And I know that you feel that's as unacceptable as I do. So let's do it. Let's do it together, and let's do it now. Let's reverse the curse. And with that, I yield to my ranking member, Member Boyle.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin my statement, I will say I recall on our very first day here in January, 9 months ago, we both said almost verbatim the same thing, that we would lead this committee in a way and expect of all of our members that while there might be other committees and other areas where a lot of screaming and invective is hurled around, this committee was for serious work and not for any of the performance art that sometimes goes around here. And I will say, while we will disagree vigorously today on substance, 9 months later, I think that we've kept that pledge, and let's make sure we continue to keep it here today. Now, 10 days. 10 days and a little under 14 hours from now, this government will shut down completely unnecessarily. Back in June, something happened that many critics thought could not happen, and that is a truly bipartisan budget agreement was reached. It raised the debt ceiling for approximately a year and a half. In addition, it set what the funding would be, both discretionary, non-defense discretionary, as well as defense, for the next year. And when I say bipartisan, sometimes, that word is thrown around and it means all of your side and one person on the other side voted for it. I don't mean that kind of bipartisanship. I mean genuine bipartisanship. 80% of House Democrats joined 67% of House Republicans to vote for that piece of legislation, myself included. There were things in that bill I did not agree with, spending priorities that I had that were not reflected in that bill, but I recognized that it was a compromise, as did 80% of my Democratic colleagues and a strong majority of my Republican colleagues. Passed the Senate by an also incredible bipartisan vote, and was signed into law by the president. So why are we here? We are here because Speaker McCarthy has decided to renege on that piece of legislation that passed in June and was signed into law. And by the way, what ultimately funds the government, whether it's in the next 10 days or we have to go through a government shutdown, I will offer you this prediction. It will look largely like that piece of legislation that passed the House and passed the Senate back in June and was signed by the president. So all of this on the Republican side, seeing a rule, again, not pass on the House floor, which hadn't happened in 20 years till this year, seeing intra-party sniping on the other side, all of it is completely unnecessary. And I want people to understand, because I'm not sure everyone around here does, a government shutdown has real-life ramifications. A shutdown actually shaves off documented percentage points. About a rule of thumb is 0.1% every month from our GDP. That's jobs. That's tax revenue. That's money that goes to programs that people rely on. The last 3 government shutdowns cost American taxpayers 56,500 years in lost productivity from our federal workforce being furloughed. Contrary to popular belief, a government shutdown actually costs us money. It doesn't save a dime, it costs us more money. It is the height of fiscal irresponsibility. So, I just go back to when I was growing up, I learned that once you make an agreement, you don't renege on it. You stick with it. We reached an honorable, fair agreement that passed by an overwhelming number despite all of the critics saying it was impossible. It is time for us to get back to that agreement. It is time for all of us to honor our commitments and make sure that this country does not enforce a government shutdown on the American people. Because I say this, the history of the last 3 decades has been clear. The party that forces a government shutdown loses the next election and loses it badly. With that, I'll yield back.
I thank the ranking member, and the majority is going to now have 60 minutes for members to make their opening statements. I'll manage that time, then yield your 1 hour allotted time. So we'll start with yielding 3 minutes to my fellow Texan, Dr. Michael Burgess, again for 3 minutes for your opening statement, sir.
I thank the chairman. Thank him for holding this hearing, and I know it is a big day for him, and certainly I will speak for myself, and I'm very proud of the work that you've done so far to bring us to this point. We got a budget that delivers by reducing the gross federal debt by over $14.5 trillion when compared to the president's budget. The president's budget appears to lack a clear plan to rein in spending. The majority has delivered a resolution that would reduce the deficits by $16.3 trillion and balance our budget over the next decade without reducing Medicare, Social Security, or veterans benefits. It's clear the president's gone too far. We can correct our course if we want to ensure that our children and grandchildren benefit from these programs. While still seeing the $400 billion in savings over 10 years, this Republican budget protects Medicare benefits and lowers out-of-pocket costs for seniors by supporting smart, site-neutral policies, improving uncompensated care payments, and streamlining graduate medical education. The budget does not cut Medicare benefits for America's seniors. As my friends on the other side of the aisle are so quick to allege, this budget actually strengthens Medicare. If we want to look at someone who has cut Medicare, all I got to do is look out my office window in the Rayburn building and see the Department of Health and Human Services. Joe Biden and his administration have refused to prioritize this nation's physicians and the patients that they care for them. Thanks to a Republican majority in Congress, Medicare Part D that was passed in 2003 and enacted in 2006, and we now know that Medicare spending per beneficiary from 2010 to 2019 has not cost as much as what was expected for the past decade. That is according to the CBO. Knowing that transformational laws like Medicare Part D take years to have an effect, I believe this ounce of preventive care in 2003 has yielded more than a pound of cure today. This, to me, proves the case for preventive personalized medicine and should only encourage us to continue this trend. This budget not only strengthens Medicare, but strengthens our doctor-patient relationships. Every American deserves access to affordable, personalized care. We are empowering patients to make informed decisions that best fit the needs of themselves and their families. This budget also supports the doctor within the doctor-patient relationship by supporting policies that really we've been looking at for years, including repealing the ban on physician-owned hospitals to decrease physician burden and bolster physician workforce. This Republican budget also ensures that Medicaid works for the most vulnerable Americans. Currently, the federal government reimburses at a 90% rate for adult expansion populations while reimbursing at a lower amount for the legacy populations, this very safety net program that Medicaid was intended. Most concerning evidence suggests that Obama Medicaid expansion adults are crowding out healthcare services for our nation's most vulnerable. In this resolution, we are ending the special treatment for able-bodied working adults that was enacted in the Affordable Care Act. For Medicaid, this budget follows the example of former President Bill Clinton and his Democrat supporters who championed Medicaid work requirements. There's no reason that this should not continue to be a bipartisan issue today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Texas and yield to Buddy Carter from the great state of Georgia for 3 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for convening this today. Today, we meet to mark up and pass a budget that is desperately needed. This week, our national debt hit $33 trillion for the first time ever. And it comes only 3 months after we crossed the $32 trillion mark in June. Plain and simple, that is absurd. It's unsustainable, and as our chairman has said, it is a curse. This is a curse that is robbing our children of the American dream. With $33 trillion of debt and climbing, our debt is 123% of our GDP. Under the Biden administration's current budget plans, our interest payments grow from an already staggering $661 billion this fiscal year to an otherworldly $1.3 trillion in 10 years. $1.3 trillion in interest. That's more than we spent on any single line item last year. Not too long ago, that was our entire discretionary budget. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, you can see that we are headed for disaster. I refuse to pass that along to future generations. As the father of 3 sons, the grandfather of 6 grandchildren, and 1 on the way, I refuse to do that. I'm proud to have worked with Chairman Arrington and my fellow committee members to bring forth a budget that reverses course. This budget before us will reduce the deficit by over $16 trillion over the next decade. It reduces our federal debt by $14.6 trillion, and it cuts interest costs by almost $3 trillion over 10 years compared to the president's budget. Importantly, it fulfills the House Republicans' commitment to America by balancing the budget by fiscal year 2033 with a surplus in the same year. Compare that to the budget President Biden submitted earlier this year. He proposes an eye-popping $82 trillion in spending over the next decade. With inflation driving up the cost of everything from gasoline to groceries, the federal government cannot continue to spend money and put the burden of this debt onto our children and grandchildren. I feel it is important to end all of this by countering some of the narratives we will inevitably hear from our friends across the aisle. We are able to achieve all of these savings without touching Social Security and Medicare, cutting funding for our veterans, hamstringing our national security, and standing up for the American farmer. There are many policy issues that I haven't even addressed, and I know we were over the course of this markup from pro-growth, pro-freedom policies to reining in out-of-control healthcare and welfare bureaucrats. But from the outset of this hearing, I want to make it clear that our fiscal situation is dire, and I applaud the chairman for crafting a viable path to sanity. This committee has produced a roadmap for the American government to be fiscally solvent within a decade and keep our promises to our constituents. I applaud Chairman Arrington and all the staff that have worked on this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia for his comments and yield now 3 minutes to General Bergman, president of the greatest class that ever graced the halls of Congress, the 115th, from Michigan.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The current fiscal state of our nation is unsustainable. We know that, but it's not unfixable. By reducing federal spending and promoting economic growth, we can and will put our nation on a path to balancing our budget and bringing down the national debt. Cutting bureaucracy. Our budget begins to right-size the federal bureaucracy. You can interpret that as meaning reduce, and reins in wasteful spending on budgetary gimmicks and woke Biden administration priorities without negatively impacting our national security or our commitment to veterans. By canceling irrelevant programs and cutting bloated spending, we can begin to make necessary investments to protect our nation, our borders, and our people. Let's talk about reclaiming improper payments. Per GAO, the federal government spent at least $247 billion, that's with a B, on improper payments in 2022 alone. And over the past 10 years, the federal government has spent $1.96 trillion on improper payments. The upcoming budget window projects improper payments to exceed $2 trillion. Our budget reduces improper payments by half, saving $1 trillion. So let's get to the bottom line. We are long overdue to begin reversing this self-inflicted curse. And with that, I yield back.
never prepared for someone to yield a minute back, but I would expect the highest-ranking military officer in the United States Congress to be just that focused on the mission. Now I yield to my classmate and the former Chief Deputy Whip, again from the great state of Georgia, Drew Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would hope for just a minute, maybe today, that this committee would consider itself an American family. As we sit around, as American families sit around the kitchen table and have to make really tough decisions about their family's budgets, cutting out things that they may want, deciding on what they absolutely have to need, what they absolutely need, and looking at it in the context of inflation that is going through the roof and putting pain on American families. What this budget does and what it shows more than anything else is because this place has spent years kicking the can down the road, we are now forced to make serious cuts to many of our programs. And we are very much in danger because we have lacked the political courage and the intellectual honesty across the board in Congress for many years to address two of our most valuable programs, Social Security and Medicare. And when you see that you cannot, when you see what happens when you don't touch those programs, as with this budget for the beneficiary, you're forced to make really difficult decisions. And so I just wish this committee would put on their family hat, understand that they're making very difficult decisions, but the one thing that American families can't do is they cannot continue to borrow money because they simply cannot pay the bills with the debt service that they have. So I applaud the effort of this committee to show the American people what our priorities are, where we're having to make the tough cuts, and the realization that we cannot continue to borrow from our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And more importantly, we can't go down the road of bankrupting this great nation. This country is worth fighting for. It is worth saving. Our freedoms are vitally important. We must grow our economy at a much faster rate than we grow the size of government, and we must be aggressive and intellectually honest in our efforts to fix the mandatory spending problem that this nation faces. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia and now yield 3 minutes to Blake Moore from the great state of Utah.
Thank you, Chairman. From the very, very first time that you and I broke bread, this is actually what we talked about. We talked about making a plan to put our nation on the right path. And I am so thrilled to be here to be a part of today. I know it's going to be a tough day. I know there's going to be a lot of disagreements. And I echo my colleague from Georgia that we have to consider this like a family table, making tough decisions. Be remiss if I didn't just briefly mention, I am on and have been on amazing committees. I've seen how hard the committee staff works. I have yet to see a committee staff work harder on something that they've done to get us to where we are today. And I just wanted to make sure that team knows how much we appreciate the work that they've done. This is not easy work. What we're doing today is giving hope to every single American that there's a plan. Every single American, regardless of your party affiliation, regardless of your ideology, knows that debt is a curse, that knows that interest overtakes too much of your budget so you can't invest in the things that you want to invest in. And we are well down that path. This is a 10-year plan giving Americans some hope. It gives me hope. I have 4 kids at home. I am back here 100% for them. Likely going to miss a lot more Little League games, the thing I hate the most. And it is all to do this important work so we can put our country on a plan that gets us back into that semblance of reality where we can even discuss a balanced budget. This is a watershed moment. And for too long, we've spent money we simply did not have. We never asked the question hard enough, is it worth borrowing? You know, oftentimes we talk about how we need to print money. You know, we need to put it in the frame of, is this worth borrowing and putting that burden on the backs of our children? The concept of in 30 years for there to be $120 trillion, $120 trillion of debt is just, it's artificial to people. They can't even fathom it. And we've gotten to that point. We need to act now in order to reverse this curse. We're going to have to make difficult decisions. These obligations will force us to make these difficult decisions. And there's tough decisions today. But I am thrilled to be able to say that we have looked at every angle of our budget, every angle of what we're doing going forward, and we have protected the most important aspects of our budget, the people that we need to be serving. Things like Social Security and Medicare, making them stronger so they have a stronger future. Supporting our defense. The focus here is where can we find waste and where can we turn that into a positive so within the next 10 years we can get back to fiscal sanity. And it takes real leadership, and I just want to say thanks to everybody that's been involved in this, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Utah, proud he's serving on this committee, and love his passion, and now yield to my friend and one of the most ardent fiscal hawks, Bob Good, from the mother state of Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thought I'd hit the button. There we go. Just not close enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to also thank you for the work done by this committee and the staff, the leadership you've shown, Mr. Chairman, in also leading the Republican Party for the pathway forward to get us to fiscal stability as a country. We all know the current spending path for our nation is simply unsustainable. Our national debt's grown to $33 trillion. That's $100,000 per American citizen with 330 million Americans. It's nearly 30% larger than the entire U.S. economy. We haven't had that since World War II. At the same time, Americans continue to feel the strain of the longest sustained period of excessive, reckless borrowing, spending, and deficit growth in American history. And they're being crushed by the resulting inflation and interest rate increases. The Democrats and the Biden administration are clearly not up to the task, but rather seem to be addicted to the out-of-control spending, bureaucratic tyranny, and taxation that has caused Biden inflation to run rampant. And they seem to be oblivious to the harm caused to the American people. But this Congress, this Republican-controlled Budget Committee, is trying to use our majority in the House to chart a path toward righting the fiscal ship. We need effective leadership and a willingness to enact true reforms for this to occur. This budget from Chairman Arrington balances the budget in 10 years and implements many conservative policies to stop the out-of-control spending and start solving the problem for the American people of today and of tomorrow. So we must pass this budget in order to deliver on the commitment the Republican conference and Speaker McCarthy agreed to, resetting spending levels to fiscal 22 and implementing conservative policy reforms. By passing this budget with strict spending levels for the next 10 years, we provide the roadmap for the future Congresses and administrations with the hope and expectation they will be held to the standards set forth in this budget. Passing this budget is a good faith agreement that Congress is committed to balancing the budget in 10 years and achieving $16 trillion in deficit reduction over 10 years and implementing the conservative policies that the voters sent us here to accomplish with the Republican majority. The budget includes several of the measures we promised the American people we'd pursue. The REINS Act, which would stop the Biden administration's rulemaking spree that consists of 850 executive actions totaling $1.5 trillion since he took office. It includes the Limit Save Growth spending levels. It includes the Lower Energy Costs Act to restore American energy independence. The president's budget request, on the other hand, was going to result, it has been soundly rejected by this Republican Congress, but it would result in $82 trillion in spending over 10 years and $65 trillion in taxes over the same period, and plunge our nation $19 trillion higher into debt. The president's plan is not in America's interest, and thankfully we have this budget instead. I support it, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia, and now yield 3 minutes to a leader on appropriations, my neighbor from Oklahoma, Stephanie Bice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to make this brief. Every minute that goes by during this markup, the national debt raises by nearly $2 million. And currently, the national debt has hit a record $33 trillion. This year, the size of America's economy is projected to be 26.8 trillion. And even with the failures of Bidenomics, America's economy remains the strongest in the world. If the Budget Committee were to vote on the president's budget, gross federal debt would be projected to grow to $51 trillion by 2033. When Americans spend more than they make, they tighten their spending habits. The federal government spending habits should be no exception. This budget will reduce the deficit by supporting pro-growth tax policies, eliminating green subsidies from the president's Green New Deal push, and reduce spending. By 2033, the budget will not only be balanced, but have a surplus of $130 billion. We cannot saddle our children and future generations with a ballooning debt. It is time to restore fiscal responsibility to the budget. I want to take a moment to say thank you to Chairman Arrington and the staff for their hard work over the last weeks and months to put this together. I think it is a wonderful proposal to put forward, and I'm looking forward to the robust debate this afternoon. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Look at all this time we're getting yielded back. That's well said. In the interest that's been brought up, the interest cost that is clearly running away from us will double, according to CBO, and in the 30-year projection will eclipse the discretionary budget, Social Security, Medicare. It's completely out of control. Thank you, Ms. Spice. And now I will yield to a champion for ag producers in rural America, Ms. Fishbach from the great state of Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the spending in D.C., and especially from the Biden administration over the last few years, is hurting families across my district and across the entire nation. Inflation has skyrocketed, while wages have fallen 4.6%, equivalent to more than $5,000 lost in income per worker in just 2.5 years. As the cost of everything continues to rise, families are having to make hard decisions about where to spend their money. And it's time for Congress to do the same. It is time for us to get serious about getting our fiscal house in order for the sake of our constituents that are figuring out how to retire, our constituents that are figuring out how to raise their family, and for the future generations of our constituents. Somehow, despite the ample evidence to the contrary, some of our colleagues still think that we can somehow spend our way out of debt. This is our opportunity, and it is our responsibility to reverse the curse of liberal spending, and this budget gives us the roadmap to do it. As Chairman Arrington said, you can't have responsible budgeting if you don't have a budget. So I thank all of you for your work and the work of this committee for developing this blueprint, and I'm hopeful that this will be a serious conversation where we can all be honest and realistic about where we can cut and where we need to cut to balance this country's budget. And I dare say, work our way out of debt. Thank you so much, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady from Minnesota, and now yield 3 minutes to my dear friend from Indiana, part of the Fighting Irish Nation, Rudy Yakum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thrilled to be here marking up this important legislation. One of my main drivers and reasons for running for Congress is our federal debt, which has been out of control for years, but it exploded during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our debt totals $33 trillion, which is more than the combined GDP of China, Japan, Germany, and India. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office projects that the federal debt will amount to 124% of GDP by the end of this fiscal year. In 10 years, it's projected to be 129% of GDP. There's no way to look at those numbers and think that Washington's spending habits are sustainable or acceptable. In 2022, we paid $475 billion in interest on our debt, and the CBO estimates that our interest will rise to $1.4 trillion over the next decade, meaning that we will be spending more annually on interest payments than on programs like Medicaid or national defense. Those interest payments represent money that could be used to care for our veterans or invest in our nation's security. President Biden's runaway spending unleashed generational inflation that's left American workers and families worse off. Since President Biden took office, the price of food we buy in the grocery store is up nearly 20%. The average price of gas when President Biden took office was $2.39 a gallon. It is now $3.88. Home and new car affordability are at all-time lows. Bidenomics just doesn't work for Hoosiers. It makes them worse off, and it makes them work harder every day just to get by. The ballooning debt also has substantial implications for our national security. It undermines our ability to act in our own interest, adequately invest in our future, and respond to the ever-changing geopolitics. As of January 2023, $7.4 trillion of U.S. debt was held by foreign countries and individuals, with just over $850 billion held by China. Who's to say that China won't attempt to leverage that against us? I'm proud of the budget resolution that we put forward today. It takes meaningful steps to get our spending and our debt under control. It would balance our budget and reduce our overall deficit by $16.3 trillion over the next 10 years. It makes logical and necessary changes to discretionary and non-discretionary spending. For example, it cuts improper payments by 50%, saving $1 trillion. It establishes work requirements for able-bodied adults that participate in Medicaid or SNAP, which lead to greater self-sufficiency and increases our workforce participation rate. There are so many other things that this budget resolution does. I'm proud to support it. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your tireless work on this, and I yield back.
I think the gentleman from Indiana now yield to somebody that knows a lot about fiscal control and responsibility. He was the treasurer of the great state of Kansas. My good friend and colleague on Ways and Means, Mr. Ron Estes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to my fellow committee members and so many staff members for the work that went into this budget proposal. Well, I think it's worth pausing to acknowledge what this budget represents. With this budget, we've shown that it's possible to craft a budget that puts us on the road to balanced budget without compromising any essential programs like Social Security, Medicare, veteran funding, defense funding, and agriculture funding. In fact, changes we've proposed in this budget will streamline and safeguard these and other programs, saving money and better serving constituents. And serving our constituents is what it's really all about. My constituents in the 4th District of Kansas know that our nation cannot sustain an unfettered spending spree and that the current national debt is hurting the economy and ultimately their pocketbooks. My office regularly polls constituents in Kansas to ask about their top priorities. In the most recent surveys, federal spending and debt has moved up to the second highest concern among Kansas, right behind rising prices and inflation. As it stands now, the United States borrows $1 out of $5 we spend. Let me say that again. 1 out of every $5 that's spent this year is borrowed. And under President Biden's proposal, it will become 1 out of every $4. And the projections estimated by 2028, payments on interest alone will exceed our entire defense budget, more than $1 trillion. This is completely unsustainable. In spite of this data, President Biden wants to increase our debt by $17 trillion over the next 10 years. At the same time, he tries to claim that his proposal cuts the deficit by $3 trillion, even though his plan includes annual deficit increases. Here's how his proposal breaks down. Over the next 10 years, we would spend $82 trillion and bring in $65 trillion, which means we'll borrow $17 trillion more dollars, on top of the $33 trillion that's already in the national debt. But because that's not $20 trillion in borrowing, President Biden claims he's cutting the deficit by $3 trillion. Only in Washington would this level of spending be considered a cut. Instead, as our proposed puzzle does, we need to make real cuts that eliminate waste, abuse, and special handouts, like rescinding $71 billion in funding for 87,000 new IRS agents and repealing $129 billion in green corporate tax breaks. It's important to remember that it took decades of recklessness to get us into this dire debt. So we'll take some time to right the ship. Spending spiked during COVID in what should have been a temporary adjustment to address an immediate challenge, yet my colleagues on the left have made that massive spending their new normal, accelerating our exploding deficit and quickly moved us past the $33 trillion debt limit. But this budget shows how little by little, we can start making important changes that will put us on the road back to fiscal stability, helping our economy now and in the long run. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman, and now I yield 3 minutes to my classmate and a leader on fiscal policy and a guy that taught us a lot about growth and its impact on this budget, Lloyd Smucker from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank you for bringing forward this budget today. And just a few points I'd like to make. Many of them have already been mentioned. First, 33 trillion in debt. We just surpassed that. That's almost 100,000 in borrowings per American. 33 trillion, 100,000 per American. And the fiscal trajectory is showing that will only increase. And I like to think of it in terms of our total debt compared to our total economic output, or debt to GDP. And what I'm talking about is debt held by the public. We're at about 100%. I have a chart that shows the trajectory just for the next 10 years, which is the black line. And if you look at over the next 30 years, that chart would go like this. Debt to GDP is projected to almost double by 2053. We know that will lead to higher interest rates. It'll lead to slower economic growth, reduced economic stability, and it'll squeeze out government services. Not to mention a sovereign debt crisis, which will occur based on history at some point. We don't know when. This budget is a step in the right direction, and that's what this graph shows. Instead of increasing debt to GDP over the next 10 years, the orange line is the president's budget, but then the green line is the impact of this budget in debt to GDP just over the next 10 years. And you see significant reduction, which is exactly what we need to see to ensure economic stability going forward and continued prosperity. Under current policy, we also talk about the mandatory Social Security, Medicare. They will go insolvent in a decade, within the next decade, and Medicare will run out of money as soon as 2035 if we continue on the current trajectory. This budget doesn't specifically take action to address that solvency, doesn't make cuts, but does what we need to do. It reduces spending, it implements economic policies to grow our nation's GDP, and it doesn't raise taxes. And by the way, that's the only combination that's really going to get us out of this mess. We've got to have stronger economic growth, we've got to reduce spending, and we have to ensure that we protect the solvency of Medicare and Social Security. If we don't implement something along this line, we're not going to be able to do that. And this is a plan from the Republicans on this committee. I'm grateful to hear in previous discussions that both sides of the aisle understand the threat of a growing debt, and I hope that we can work together to ensure that we change the trajectory. But again, to avoid those automatic cuts in Social Security and Medicare, we're going to have to ensure that we implement more sound fiscal policies. So I'm really proud of the work that's been done by the chairman and this committee on this budget. I want to mention one quick thing, if I may, as well. This proposal creates a bipartisan debt commission, which is a top priority of mine. It would conduct a comprehensive review of the country's finances, educate the public, develop recommendations for achieving that long-term fiscal sustainability that we need. Our constituents expect us to represent them in Washington and be responsible stewards of their tax dollars. And I think a bipartisan congressional commission such as that outlined in this proposal would ensure that constituents who elected us can hold us accountable for how we spend their hard-earned taxpayer dollars. So, Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for your work on this, and I yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman again for his leadership and certainly been the lead voice on addressing our long-term unfunded liabilities through a bipartisan debt commission. Thank you for your contributions. Another good classmate of mine, Lloyd Smucker. Now we'll yield 3 minutes to Ralph Norman, who represents both South Carolina and 17 grandchildren.
Thank you, Jody. Appreciate your work on this. I'll be brief. The cancer in this country is overspending. You can't do it in business. A family budget can't do it. And what drags companies down, what drags our free enterprise system down is overspending. This document is so correctly named. Cancel the curse. I don't know how much, or reverse the curse, but I don't know how much more we have to take than to realize that we can't continue on this course. You have to stop spending. And particularly with this administration, it's where the money is going that's so damaging long-term to our businesses, to our companies, and that's why it has to be stopped. This puts us on a path of balancing in 10 years, 16 trillion in 10 years. Now, people ask me when we have discussed this, they say, well, now if you owe 32 trillion, how does 16 trillion add up? Well, it's very simple. It's a combination of growth in the economy, cutting taxes, and getting this economy back growing, which we haven't had, which will hopefully stop the inflation and will get, again, our country back on track. I don't know what else it's going to take. Our credit's been downgraded. And the 32 trillion, to put it in perspective by another member of Congress, our debt alone is $20,000 per second. Let that sink in, $20,000 per second. Folks, it doesn't take a mathematician to realize that it's not sustainable. So I applaud this committee. I applaud the work that's been done. It's going to take courage to implement this budget. It's going to take courage to have to say no to a lot of things that have been that the taxpayers have been paying. It's not the government's money; it's the people's money. And so I look forward to the day that we can have a balanced budget. We can get this country back to where we need it to be. And I'm excited about joining the fight because it is a fight. Every dollar in Washington, D.C. has got an advocate for it. And it's time to say no. Looking forward to it. And Jody, again, thank you for your leadership as well as the members of this committee. Much appreciated. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from South Carolina. I couldn't agree more. We have to have the public support, and we have to have the political courage. And this document, this blueprint, this fiscal framework will help with both. Bring the American people along and stir in the hearts of our colleagues the courage it's going to take to do it so we can save the country. With that, a guy that I served with as a freshman on this committee was a canary in the coal mine for all this talk about sovereign debt crisis, Mr. Glenn Grothman from the great state of Wisconsin. I yield 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, we've talked a lot about numbers here. I just want to point out a few that should alarm the American public. In the year that's wrapping up September 30th, we're borrowing about 22 cents every dollar we spend. I mean, think about that if in your own personal life, you borrow 22% of what you spend every year. We have reached an agreement on the debt ceiling increase, which is, by the standards of Congress, incredibly frugal. We're going to be cutting discretionary spending about 1%, which is something we haven't seen in many years. And even if we stick to that agreement, the amount we are spending, the amount we are borrowing, and what we spend next year will go up from 22% to 23%. Some people say 24%. So think about that. We're in a position in which we can cut our spending, and the amount we have to borrow will keep going up, in part because of mandatory spending and in part because increases in interest costs. So that's the crisis we're in. I applaud the chairman for putting together a bill here that is a step towards righting the ship. I hope we do not forget to go after the tax credits, which sometimes are especially offensive because they're going to some of our wealthiest people in the country. Things like tax credits for electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are already a luxury that costs more than 20% more than a regular car. But I guess to make us feel good at certain types of people, fundraiser, whatever, we're giving special tax breaks to that group. I'd also like to highlight the Section 42 tax credits for property developers almost getting free buildings on the taxpayer. Another group that seems to spend a lot of money around here, the type of thing we ought to end tomorrow. But in any event, I appreciate this bill. It is a step in the right direction. I hope in the future we're more cognizant of the 10th Amendment. Our forefathers realized that if the federal government got involved in everything, it'd be the would be the end of a democracy and maybe even the end of our republic. So hopefully we'll begin to respect that and take wholesale departments and throw them back to the states where our forefathers anticipated. But I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting this together, and I'll yield the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin. We have in this Reverse the Curse, and I encourage both my Democrat and Republican colleagues to look at the guiding principles that inspired this fiscal framework. And certainly one of them, Mr. Grothman, was people closest to the problem and more accountable to the people are usually the most effective at delivering on good government. And so we do respect the 10th Amendment in this document. Now, a great addition to Congress and to this committee, my brother Josh Burkeen from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to make this quick. I just want to thank you for the sincerity of trying to bring forth a measure in truth, given, it's so easy. And, 8 months in, the cynical element of being in Congress starts creeping in. You're like, have we just become well-scripted, drama agents for public consumption at times? And all of us have to really analyze, am I committed to being a person of truth or theater? And I just want to appreciate the leadership of this committee, of operating in sincerity, seeing a problem. The peer pressure, as I used to watch it from afar when I worked for Tom Coburn almost 20 years ago, was it is easy to talk about the problem, but that in itself is not a solution to the problem. And this budget before us is a way to say, let's put action where our comments are. And so I just want to say thank you. Even good people, I have something hanging on my wall that's a reminder to me. It's a Martin Luther King Jr. quote where it says that cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And I hang that up there as a reminder to me every day. Is this a political calculation moment, or is this a moment of conscience for this decision I'm about to make? And I just want to thank all of us in this room that the peer pressure up here is to be a team player. But I'm thankful for those in this room who operate out of sincerity, are saying the peer pressure needs to switch to team player for the next generation. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well said, Mr. Burkeen. I've met with a lot of groups that represent a lot of different interests, but I've yet to meet the next generation of American group, or the children and grandchildren of the colleagues I serve with group. And I hope that that's why we call it Reverse the Curse, because we believe that curse is hanging in the balance, but so is the blessings that we've all inherited of liberty and opportunity. And that is what motivates us every day to just do what's right. And I believe both sides of the aisle on this committee are committed to that, and that makes me proud. Our last member, batting cleanup, who must feel like he landed on Mars because he's a businessman in politics, and business people, just like state governments and local governments, have to balance their budgets, or the lights go out and people's lives are affected on the payroll. Chuck Edwards, take it away. My friend from North Carolina, you got 3 minutes to close us out.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Arrington and Ranking Member Boyle and my fellow Budget Committee members, this is a defining moment. Each of our lives and every civilization's destiny is defined by decisions we make at key moments. It was such that defining moment when George Washington decided on that famous night to cross the Delaware. It was such that defining moment when each of our forefathers signed our Constitution. It was such that defining moment when President Lincoln decided all men and women, regardless of their race, should be free. It was such that defining moment when many of us here decided who would be our life partner. It was such that defining moment when a physician may have placed a child in our arms. Friends, I suggest to you that we're here today at this defining moment. We find ourselves here today where we have the opportunity and the responsibility to decide, should our grandchildren be afforded simply the opportunity to enjoy the beauties and the freedoms of the possibilities of the American way of life that was envisioned by generations before us? Or will we use this moment to continue to drive our nation deeper in debt, to force our grandchildren to bear the burden of our thirst to spend more and more, and put at risk their ability to protect themselves from their enemies or weather the next pandemic? Friends, this is a defining moment for which I asked the opportunity to come to Washington. And I'll proudly vote yes for this budget, for this roadmap to get our country back on track. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership, for bringing us to this infamous moment, and for listening to our ideas and concerns, and for helping us write a plan to make tough, reasonable choices. And while maybe they are not perfect, they'll give future generations the opportunity to enjoy the benefits of living in this great nation. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. We've heard from my Republican colleagues about our commitment to America to rein in spending, restore fiscal accountability to the people, and to reverse the curse for our children and our country's future. Now, we will recognize the ranking member and our colleagues, Democrat colleagues, as he is allowed to yield time for their statements, and it's 60 seconds, and without objection, so ordered. 60 seconds. You only get 60 seconds. I was wondering if you were going to catch that.
Sounds like fair and balanced.
We want to be
I won't
equitable
continue
in
on.
how we treat our colleagues. Okay, you get 30 seconds. 60 seconds, 60 minutes.
All right, and now to correct the record. I will first turn to my friend, the chairman of the Trade Subcommittee on Ways and Means, Mr. Blumenauer.
I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy, and it's interesting listening to lofty statements. It's been my privilege to be on the Budget Committee through Republican and Democratic leadership, and have watched efforts to move beyond lofty statements. When Paul Ryan was the lead Republican on the Budget Committee, I joined him in efforts to try and actually make some adjustments dealing with agricultural subsidies. It's easy to talk about things, but it's hard to actually make them work. We have an opportunity on this committee to be able to start us down a path where we're actually going to make a difference. The majority assumes $1 trillion in savings through eliminating waste and fraud. The resolution fails to address a major source of waste and fraud, the federal crop insurance program. And I've raised this before the committee before. We're on track to spend $80 billion on crop insurance this decade. The price tag is only going to increase as climate change makes extreme weather and corresponding crop losses more frequent and intense. Yet there are no virtual guardrails on transparency requirements to ensure these public dollars are going to go to those who need them the most. I had a group of agricultural interests from Oregon yesterday who were lamenting the fact that the crop insurance program doesn't work for them because they have such a diverse agricultural base. The crop insurance subsidies go to only 20% of farmers who can afford to participate in the program. Smaller, more diversified farming operations can't qualify for coverage. And taxpayers just don't subsidize insurance premiums. They also subsidize crop insurance agents and private companies. If you really want to crank down on government spending, maybe you can look at the the 1 in 3 crop insurance dollars that doesn't flow to a farm. It goes to an insurance agent or an insurance company. We guarantee crop insurance companies, half of which are foreign, a 14.5% annual rate of return. We guarantee that rate of return for these foreign countries. It's $2 billion a year in underwriting gains alone, profits for insurance companies. There are a few common sense improvements that would save billions of dollars, impact less than 1% of farmers, and protect taxpayers from government waste. This isn't just low-hanging fruit. This is picking the fruit up off the ground. So if we're going to move past rhetoric, and I really appreciate the way that my friend from Oklahoma framed it, here's an opportunity to move past rhetoric. Here's an opportunity to reform a crop insurance program that actually meets the needs of most farmers and ranchers instead of the small minority that can take advantage of it now. Cut back on the obscene guaranteed 14.5% profit. Be able to actually show that we're going to make a difference. I yield back.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Blumenauer, I now yield 4 minutes to my good friend from beautiful California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member Boyle. Let me start off by commending the chairman for offering a budget resolution, which, despite being required by law, unfortunately has not been done in this committee since 2018. I believe that leaders on both sides have shirked this responsibility, but I am glad that the chairman is taking it on, even if it means opening the resolution to criticism. Now, before I get to my criticism of this resolution, let me commend the goal, one of the goals of this resolution, and that's the creation of a bipartisan fiscal commission, which I have called for as a steering member of the Bipartisan Fiscal Forum, led by my friends Representative Peters and Huizenga, but also as a member of the Problem Solvers Caucus. I do believe that the only way we will get our fiscal house in order and have the opportunity to make tough decisions is to create a bipartisan commission who can truly focus on reducing our deficits and restoring solvency of our trust funds. A commission which can give us the opportunity to look not just at spending, but also look at revenues and present to Congress a real plan on which we can actually have a real vote. Now, that being said, of course I have concerns with the details of this resolution, especially the dramatic cuts that deviate from our budget agreement and the rosy assumptions made in order to preserve the tax cuts that largely benefit the wealthiest in our society. I do, and I think many people up here on the dais, wish this would have been a bipartisan effort, and yes, wish it would have been presented much earlier instead of just days before a new fiscal year is set to begin. I'm very concerned with the cuts to our housing programs, wildfire response programs, and agricultural programs. Those will leave our economy weaker and our constituents worse off. I'm worried that these cuts will reduce funding for law enforcement, immigration services, and border security, and I'm very confused by the cuts to IRS funding, which will increase our deficits and make it harder to ensure all pay what they owe. I'm also disappointed that we're not seriously addressing tax revenues in this budget. Right now, the United States is one of the lowest ranking OECD countries in revenue collection. I know that raising revenue requires tough choices, and we need to work towards tax policies that encourage growth in our communities. But we cannot reduce our deficits to a manageable level just by cutting spending alone. We need to have a serious discussion about where we can responsibly raise revenues. Contrary to the majority's projections, I do not believe that even these dramatic cuts will result in economic growth. We have seen this play out before, following the passage of the TCJA, which failed to deliver the income boost in revenue needed to pay for itself. Although I appreciate that we have a resolution, I'm very disappointed that it's just 10 days before we may be forced to shut down the government. The current majority has failed to pass all but one appropriations bill and cannot even agree to even partisan spending bills. So I urge Speaker McCarthy to work on bipartisan appropriation bills, which can actually pass the House, and a bipartisan continuing resolution, which can actually pass the Senate. I'm hopeful that we can amend this resolution that reflects levels agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act and move forward with a bipartisan product. With that, I yield back.
First two speakers on our side have been exactly 4 minutes. So the precision on the Democratic side of the dais is tremendous. And to keep that streak going, I yield the gentleman, an incredibly thoughtful member from Austin, Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you so much. Well, Chairman Arrington is absolutely correct that approval of a budget resolution is the most important job of this committee. Indeed, preparation for such a resolution and its adoption is about the only job of this committee. Unfortunately, Republicans have made consideration of today's resolution not their first priority, but their last priority, hurriedly reviewing it today in the waning hours of this fiscal year. Following the overwhelming bipartisan vote approving the McCarthy-Biden agreement called the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, this budget resolution today is largely irrelevant. Within only a few days of that vote, back in the spring, Republicans began running away from it in the House and ignoring it, slashing the agreed-upon provisions concerning health, education, environmental enforcement, and approving yet another budget-busting tax cut to benefit the well-connected and the well-heeled. The normal purpose of a budget resolution, guidance to the Appropriation Committee in establishing spending priorities, is no longer relevant since that committee has already begun doing its job of slashing those appropriations and other vital services. Unlike the Senate, where Democrats and Republicans work together in compliance with the Fiscal Responsibility Act, where they've approved some of their appropriation bills already without a budget resolution unanimously. A week from this Sunday, October 1st, we're on schedule for a very dangerous government shutdown that will have ramifications for families across this country, and like the last Republican shutdowns, will cost our economy billions of dollars and jobs. Some ask, well, why can't the Democrats and Republicans just work together to avoid this kind of catastrophe? Well, the answer is we did just that when we overwhelmingly approved the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Yet today we face this looming crisis not because Democrats are unable to work with Republicans, but because Republicans cannot even work with themselves, as indicated by one recent failure after another in the House. I am deeply concerned about the size of our debt. I share the chairman's concern and that of my Republican colleagues. Yet he reads the recent Fitch downgrade very selectively. He omits one very important Fitch rationale for the downgrade, and I quote from that report: "The repeated debt limit political standoffs and last-minute resolutions have eroded confidence in fiscal management." And that kind of erosion of confidence is exactly what's going on at this hour. The focus ought not to be on passing a budget resolution, but convincing the many Republicans who think that a government shutdown is somehow good for our country are just flat wrong, and to adhere to the agreement we approved in the spring. Fitch also makes another very important point that was ignored. It points not only to spending,
but to the effect of tax cuts, and I'll have an amendment about that. This resolution promises us only more budget-busting tax breaks. It betrays any interest in true fiscal responsibility and deficit reduction. Their budget is not balanced in any reasonable way. Now, I would say that another reason that this resolution will never make it to the floor is that it is based on fantasy. I would say that it's based on the first law of Disney, that wishing will make it so, but I understand Disney's not too popular with Republicans anymore. But a good example is they're declaring that they found $1 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse without ever having identified in this committee even $1 billion, and opposing one effort I have made after another to deal with fraud, whether in Medicare or with our defense procurement. I yield back.
Well, thank you. I thank the gentleman for correcting the record on the full Fitch's rating statement, which I have right here. He actually read verbatim from the exact line that I was going to read from. And I would point out, literally, the very first thing they cite is the constant drama of debt limit standoffs. That is the one thing that both downgrades have in common. The Standard & Poor's one as well as the Fitch's. So with unanimous consent, I would ask that the full Fitch's statement be submitted to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I yield to the next speaker, someone who in a few short months has really impressed this committee with her strong voice, and that is Ms. Ballant of Vermont.
Thank you so much. As my colleagues have mentioned, we're days away from a government shutdown. And in May, our government nearly defaulted on our debt due to a Republican-manufactured crisis. We know this. We struck a deal to avoid catastrophe, and now we're careening towards a costly and painful shutdown because Republicans want to renege on that bipartisan agreement. That's what we're doing here. Senate Republicans, Senate Democrats, House Democrats, and a majority of the House Republicans, including 15 members of this committee, came together to sign on to a negotiated deal to avert a catastrophic government default. So a colleague on the other side of the aisle recently talked about the importance of not giving in to political theater. What are we doing here? This is the height of political theater. A deal is a deal. Your word is your bond. In Vermont, we have a lot of agreements decided over a handshake. Thank goodness, here we got the deal in writing. A deal's a deal. Let's move beyond this stunt, this nonsense, this theater, and do the actual work of governing. I'm disgusted that here we are, careening towards a shutdown when my home state is dealing with a catastrophic climate emergency that we had this summer. We are still dealing with the effect of flooding, landslides, mudslides, and my home state's capital, Montpelier, lost nearly every single small business in its downtown. Its sister city, just a few miles down the road, lost 10% of its housing because of this catastrophic flooding. And here we are, debating what? Debating whether our word should be our bond, whether we should stick to an agreement that, as I remind you, 15 members on the other side of the aisle in this committee agreed to. And now it's a backtrack. And Vermonters know that that is more than a stunt. It's a dangerous game that we're playing with people's lives. So if there's a government shutdown, FEMA will be unable to continue delivering disaster relief to my home state. This money is urgently needed to rebuild lives and small businesses. The backbone of Vermont is small businesses. People are reeling. And Vermonters, rightly so, are counting on us to actually do our work and show up for them, counting on us to put aside these stunts, to fund the government so Americans can get the help that they need and deserve and count on to simply rebuild their lives. So families in my home state can put a roof over their heads and put a new furnace in because winter is coming. This budget resolution is just another way to kick working people to the curb. It goes after people on the margins, folks who are looking to come back from the pandemic, from climate disasters, from economic challenges. The federal government should be rushing to their aid and not sitting here in this farce of a hearing. We need to be showing up for Americans who need it the most. Working families in rural America are counting on us to give them the resources they need to get through this difficult time. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Pallant. And now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from the other Commonwealth, the Commonwealth of Virginia, the ranking member of the Ed and Labor Committee, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this budget resolution comes just days before government spending levels are set to expire and we experience a costly government shutdown. Instead of investing in our future, these draconian cuts will hurt the economy and American families. The resolution backtracks on the agreement with the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023 and does not move us closer to funding the government for the coming year. This resolution includes steep cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, education, infrastructure, undercutting the massive and much-needed investment we made in our nation's roads and bridges last year. In addition to these cuts, the budget relies on gimmicks to claim balance. This budget claims $3 trillion in savings from macroeconomic feedback, the claim that cutting programs for families will create economic growth, an idea that has failed time and time again. These assumptions are far outside of what experts and simple arithmetic would predict. Responsible budgeting includes making choices that are in line with our values. In fact, every Democratic president since Kennedy has made these choices, leaving for their Republican successors a better deficit than they started with. And unfortunately, every Republican since Nixon has left for their Democratic successors a worse deficit situation than they inherited. The Democrats under President Biden passed the American Rescue Plan, the infrastructure law, and other legislation which produced more jobs in 2 years than any president has produced in 4, while at the same time making the budget deficit better than the one that he inherited. One thoughtful tax policy was a child tax credit, which reduced child poverty significantly, almost in half. Since it has been expired, we weren't able to continue it. The child poverty rate has crept back up. Instead of building on the successes and investments like the expanded child tax credit, the budget cuts more than $10 trillion in non-defense and entitlement spending on the backs of working families and seniors. This is neither a credible nor responsible plan to reduce our deficit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, and we'll now recognize the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm truly shocked that we're having this hearing today. Not only was the budget resolution due on April 15th, but we're in the midst of a shutdown crisis because Republicans can't even organize their own caucus to pass funding levels that we already agreed to. And now they launch some of the most radical cuts to healthcare, to housing assistance, to food assistance, to the postal office, and nearly every program under the sun, all while doing nothing to rein in our nearly $1 trillion Pentagon budget or the trillions they have handed out to millionaires and billionaires through the Trump tax cuts. There's a lot of awful stuff in this budget. There are millions of vulnerable children, moms, and dads, and more who will literally have Medicaid taken from them. There are massive cuts to food assistance, literally starving families who are already struggling with food prices. There is the totally kooky math, which as the $1 trillion they claim to save from improper payments, even though every expert will tell you this is bogus. And there is the commission. They tuck into the resolution to slash Social Security and Medicaid despite their attempts at denying they want to cut these vital programs. But what is most sickening is that they entirely leave in place the Trump and Bush tax cuts to benefit them and their friends, which have cost over $10 trillion and are responsible for almost all of the increasing debt ratio. Permanently extending the Trump tax giveaway would benefit households in the richest 1% more than twice as much as those in the bottom 6% as a share of their income, providing roughly $41,000 tax cut for the top 1% at a cost of around $300 billion per year. This is on top of handouts to millionaires and billionaires already receiving from the permanent provisions of the Trump tax cuts. Oh, and on top of that, they defund enforcement of high-earning tax cheats. In his opening remarks, the chairman even said, "We don't need an army of IRS agents." Well, guess what, Chairman? Increasing tax enforcements would raise over $1 trillion over the next decade, according to the most recent research. So you have to ask, who stands to benefit from all of this? Well, it turns out millionaires look out for one another. It's the Republican members of this committee, at least 9 of whom are millionaires, according to the latest data from Open Secrets. That includes Buddy Carter, who has vocally pushed to slash Medicaid and take away health care from his constituents, who himself is worth $33 million. And it includes Ralph Norman, one of the most extreme advocates for taking away food assistance from working people, who's worth whopping $43 million. In his opening remarks, the chairman said, "There's a difference between the president's priority and ours." He is right. President Biden is worried about taking care of the country. The president is about making sure the economy works for everyone, that kids have enough food to eat, and that millionaires and billionaires pay their fair share. As Humphrey once said, the moral test of government is how it treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the aged, and those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. Clearly, Republican colleagues are failing that test. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, and now yield to my friend from Buffalo, New York, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Ranking Member Brendan Boyle, and for your factual and forceful setting of the record straight. The House Republican 2024 extreme budget is cuts $5.4 trillion over 10 years. Medicare, Americans who are 65 and older, disabled Americans, depend on these programs, $400 billion cut. Cut to Social Security services, Medicaid, a $2 trillion cut to health care, education, a $200 billion cut, a $217 billion cut in infrastructure investment, cancer research and medical research, a cut, law enforcement to keep families and neighborhoods safe, a major cut. You know, the whole purpose of an economy is to create a middle class. 50% of Americans, or 165 million Americans, are considered middle class. Why is that important? They pay our taxes, they fight our wars, they teach our children, and they protect our neighborhoods. Bloomberg Analytics said earlier this year that Joe Biden is on his way to becoming the greatest jobs-producing president in the history of America. The federal budget is $6.27 trillion. It's 25% of the U.S. economy. A shutdown forced by Republicans' inability to govern will cost the U.S. economy $6 billion every single week. Under the Biden administration, 13 million jobs have been created, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 10 million small businesses, startups in the last 2 years. America has seen the strongest growth since the pandemic of any nation in the world. The U.S. dollar is the go-to currency in the world. 35,000 new infrastructure projects have been started. 300,000 new clean energy jobs were created last year. Record low unemployment, income up 3.8% over the last 2 years. 92% of Americans now have health care because of Democratic policies as it relates to the Affordable Care Act. Before the Affordable Care Act, an insurance company could deny you coverage because your kid was stuck with childhood cancer. You can't do that anymore. It's against the law because of Democratic priorities. Any way that you look at it, the way you reduce debt and deficit is to grow the economy. Look at the record. Under Democratic administrations, under Democratic control, economic growth far exceeds that compared to Republican control of the House, Senate, and the administration. You look at the 1990s, we didn't have budgetary deficits, we had budgetary surpluses. Each and every year, the economy grew by 4%. That $300 billion deficit was left to a Republican administration that used it for tax cuts that drove the American economy in the ditch. And then there was another Democratic administration after that grew the economy and gave us comprehensive health care reform. The record is as clear as it can be. The Republican extreme budget of cutting $5.5 trillion over the next 10 years hits the middle class right in the gut. We have to make investments to grow the economy and to keep Americans at the forefront of the world. 58% of the growth, the wealth of the 7 largest economies in the world is the United States. That's because we invest in our people, that's because we invest in our economy, and that's because we are the envy of the world. With that, I'll yield back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Higgins, for very eloquently and simply citing the facts. And there's one that I specifically want to underscore about what is in this Republican partisan budget that has been praised in the previous hour. $2 trillion in cuts to health care, including $400 billion in cuts to Medicare. Anyone voting for this, you are voting to cut Medicare by $400 billion. With that, I yield to my good friend from California, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and I'd like to thank you and the Chairman for the professional way in which you've conducted leadership on this committee. I think it's not quite the performance art, as you said, it was in the past. And I want to say I'm pleased that we have a markup on a budget resolution for this fiscal year, even though it's coming at this late time. But I'm disappointed by the details of the proposal before us. We're now 10 days out from the deadline to fund the government and avert a shutdown, and yet this budget proposal remains consistent with House Republicans' desire to fund the government at levels well below what Congress already agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And that was an understanding not just of House Democrats and Senate Democrats, but also of Senate Republicans. It's only House Republicans who are trying to rewrite that particular deal. The national debt now exceeds $33 trillion. That is a combined result of leadership in Washington under both parties over the last 3 decades. Whether we want to talk about the unpaid for war in Iraq, the Bush tax cuts, Part D, the Obama extension of the Bush tax cuts, the Trump tax cuts, or very badly needed COVID relief spending, both parties share some responsibility for the ballooning debt. But dealing with the debt burden does not mean gutting federal spending across the board or extending the 2017 Trump tax cuts or decimating the government's ability to help those who need it most. This budget, for example, would cut about $2 trillion in mandatory health spending,
forcing significant cuts to the Medicaid program and preventing more than 85 million of the most vulnerable Americans from accessing the health care that they need. But responsibility does not necessarily mean blind austerity. We do have to address the looming challenges to the Social Security and Medicare trust funds. Those programs have been the bedrock of American financial security for millions, providing a safety net for retirees and those with disabilities. We need to protect Social Security and Medicare programs by raising revenue to pay for them and generating and ensuring accessibility and reliability for them for future generations. The consequences of this budget resolution, as it's written right now, would be disastrous for American families and seniors who rely on the federal government for the health care, public education, and retirement security. But we do have to be honest, the consequences of doing nothing are also dire. Interest payments on the debt will continue squeezing out our investments in childcare, early education, critical safety net programs. Will see across the board benefit reductions, and we will have limited flexibility to respond to unforeseen crises, whether it's something like the war in Ukraine or something like a global pandemic. In fact, if Congress does nothing, the average retired couple will see their annual Social Security benefits cut by nearly 23% in 2023. We are on the road, if we do nothing, to see benefit cuts to Social Security. And that's more than $17,000 lost for a typical retired couple. So it's clear we have a serious fiscal problem and some very difficult decisions to make. We have a solemn obligation to our children and grandchildren to pass along a nation that is financially stable, but a serious and durable solution will require buy-in from both parties and the courage to make tough decisions about how we raise revenue and invest in our future. This budget resolution is not the answer, but it's one we may be able to come together around. One we may be able to come together around is the concept of a fiscal commission. If structured and executed properly, a bipartisan commission will help us make significant strides toward fiscal responsibility. And I'd ask Mr. Chairman if Mr. Arrington, I would just ask you as part of my my piece on this, that I hope you'll commit to working with me and my colleagues on a separate bipartisan comprehensive fiscal commission so we can improve our tax code, shore up Medicare and Social Security, and strengthen Americans' long-term fiscal solution. I know that that's what's in your heart and that's your goal for America, and I think together we can make some progress on that. And I ask you if that's something you'd be willing to do with us.
Let me yield 30 seconds to the chair so we can respond to Mr. Peters' question.
Mr. Peters and I started a bipartisan caucus to address process reform problems. There are many. There's consensus out there. I couldn't agree more with you, Mr. Peters. This is something we've got to do. They're the two big drivers, and this is the right mechanism doing it. You have my total support on that. Let's get it done. Let's work both sides, not only of the aisle, but both chambers, and let's get it done. Thanks for your leadership on that.
Thank you very much, and I yield back, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you. We'll now yield 4 minutes to Mr. Espaillat, my friend from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're facing an impending shutdown, and we're here discussing this bill that may not have the votes on the floor as it was manifested yesterday, the difficulties of getting a majority of the votes to pass legislation on the floor. And it certainly won't have any traction or movement in the Senate. And though those in the other side of the aisle insist that they are the party that knows how to drive economic development and the party of fiscal austerity, we are facing, if we go through the shutdown, work furloughs, we'll see a stalled economy and a drastic delay in crucial services. And this is just about 2 weeks away. So here we are discussing a bill, although there was a handshake and agreement between the Speaker and the President of the United States, intended to avert, at that time, a major economic meltdown, not just in our nation, but in the world. Meanwhile, the bill that we are discussing here today further reneges on a bipartisan budget agreement that was reached, as I said, earlier this year. And it demands additional cuts. And my colleague from Buffalo itemized these cuts, and it's death by 1,000 cuts. And despite the promises that Medicare will be protected, and we heard how everybody complained that it was a farce, that Medicare and Social Security will be protected. Well, guess what? This budget disincentivizes providers from seeing underserved communities, making accessing care harder for nearly 3.8 million New Yorkers in my state of New York who use Medicare. The bill also cuts SNAP, Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and TANF, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Program. So we're trying to say that this may incentivize people to go to work. I think it will make people go hungry, Mr. Chairman. And so this is, again, another attempt that will hurt the neediest among us. The only people that this bill helps are wealthy people. And Americans should be offended that we are debating this instead of coming up with real solutions to drive economic development and support the average American. Again, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this is an exercise in futility. We don't know if the votes are there, and certainly it will not move in the Senate. And yet, we're facing an impending shutdown. We should be working to prevent the shutdown at any cost. It will hurt federal workers. It will hurt communities across the country. Everyone will feel the pinch. No one will be spared. And it will be in our hands if we're not able to avert that. This is a total waste of time, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Espaillat. You know, I was thinking of this when Mr. Higgins was speaking. I'm reminded of something that I apologize. You've heard me say before, but it's sincerely true. You can always tell when there's a Democrat in the White House, because that's when Republicans rediscover the debt issue. There's a Republican in the White House, you don't hear a peep about deficit and debt. But oh boy, this is suddenly a hot topic whenever there's a Democrat in the White House. Let's remember the record of the last two terms. One Republican in the White House and one Democrat, a term each. Under that Republican president, more added to the national debt than any previous presidential term. While his successor, Democratic President Joe Biden, more jobs added in one term in office than any other previous term in history. What a contrast between the two. So, as Mr. Peters and Mr. Espaillat then went on to point out, when you have the unpaid for tax cuts, a couple wars put on our credit card, it is estimated that that is more than, in fact, one of our witnesses sitting right there a few months ago, one of our hearings, used the figure of approximately $10 trillion of our national debt is right there. 3 rounds of unpaid for tax cuts and 2 wars that were never paid for. So no one on this side of the aisle, and certainly none of us are perfect. Both parties have made their share of mistakes. But let's just be clear. We're not going to take a backseat to anyone when it comes to the topic of national debt. Now, before we move to the professional staff, are a few points that I just want to underscore again about what is in this MAGA budget if it were to become law. It does look like it will pass out of committee, and then who knows beyond that. I cannot imagine the Senate passing this, or certainly the president signing it. But it is significant that if a congressional committee passing a budget that does this: $400 billion in cuts to Medicare, $2 trillion cuts overall to health care, including drastic cuts to Medicaid, which, by the way, a point about Medicaid, because I know that in the last 9 months there are some on the right and the far right who have developed an enthusiasm for going after Medicaid, thinking that it just helps the poorest of the poor. Talk to those who have older relatives in nursing homes. I can tell you, having been a state legislator, so much of the Medicaid budget goes toward funding of nursing homes. So Medicaid is a program that helps not just the poorest of the poor with health care. It goes well beyond that. This Republican partisan budget also includes $1 trillion in cuts to income security programs like SNAP and TANF. It includes $200 billion in cuts to education, $217 billion in cuts to the Highway Trust Fund. Boy, I can tell you, speaking as someone who's from Northeast Philadelphia, that explosion on I-95 or underneath the I-95 overpass happened in my district. More than 160,000 vehicles a day were affected when that was out. Working very closely with this administration and folks from all levels of government, federal, state, and local, we were able to get that fixed and traffic back up and running in 12 days, a record. And I, again, as I have before, publicly thank President Biden, who immediately called me the next day after it happened. That was an all-hands-on-deck moment. We were able to do that because we knew that 100% of the costs were going to be picked up by the federal government within the first 90 days. We cut the Highway Trust Fund, which has run into its own problems in recent decades, as Mr. Blumenauer knows, and he's been a great advocate on this, as the revenue from the gas tax continues each and every year to decline in real terms. Squeezing another $217 billion from the Highway Trust Fund is something we cannot afford. And then finally, this also cuts funding to protect children from lead poisoning and provide safe and clean drinking water. So this is not the way, this is in no way balanced, does nothing on the revenue side, and it's all on the cut side. And it's important for people to realize what the real life impacts would look like of $13 trillion in cuts that are included here in this budget. So with that, and saving about 18 minutes, happy to yield back and continue with our markup.
I think the ranking member, probably a rookie mistake to let the 30 minutes I had remaining without any commentary. We will compare who had the most remaining, but I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. Now we're going to proceed with the technical and factual question and answer session, the fiscal year 2024 concurrent budget resolution. We have all the we have at the witness table, Brad Watson, our Director of Budget Review. Mr. Watson has been on the committee staff since 2015. Director of Budget Review position is primarily responsible for the technical development of the budget resolution, supporting tables and materials, and ensuring mathematical accuracy. Mr. Watson is available only to answer technical and factual questions. I want to encourage the members to stay focused on the technical and factual questions that they have. Members are to only ask these questions, and if questions begin to stray into commentary and political comments, then I'm going to have to gavel you down so we can focus again on the technical and factual questions. Plenty of time for debate later. Let's keep it focused on the technical. The staff's here to answer these questions. We have plenty of time. So with that, I'm going to open it up to members on both sides for any questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought my understanding was staff would do a walkthrough. I'm thinking of our Ways and Means experience. Is that not the case? We're going straight to questions?
We are going to go straight to questions.
Okay, all right. With that, well, thank you, Mr. Watson. Let me take this opportunity to just say I completely agree with the chair. I recognize that you are not in the position of an elected official, so we'll not harangue you as I'm making these points. But I do want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the staff on both the majority and minority sides. I know Jodey will fully agree with me in this, that we have excellent, hardworking staff on both sides, so want to say thank you. Now, I'm going to lead this off, and I have a number of questions, and then we'll yield to my colleagues, and then we'll return to the balance of my questions. First, it seems like this is kind of the most logical place to start off. The Congressional Budget Office's May 2023 baseline, the starting point for budgetary levels, is that in this resolution?
Budget resolution works off of the May 2023 baseline. Was your question with regard to economic growth?
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm getting to next, but, so I mean, there's obviously not alignment between the nonpartisan CBO numbers and what's in this resolution. Your documents indicate in this resolution, it assumes an average annual economic nominal growth rate of 5.1% over this coming decade. That is higher than the rate assumed by CBO, which is anywhere from 3.7 to 4.9% across the decade. So how do you get such a large jump from what CBO is estimating to the 5.1% you have in here?
Yes, sir. As you mentioned, CBO's economic projections, which are based on current law, paint a fairly pessimistic future in terms of U.S. economic performance. You would have the lowest sustained economic growth in American history. Our budget would propose, under a different set of policies than current law, higher economic growth. The best predictor of the potential future performance of the U.S. economy is its past performance. It's averaged 3.1% since World War II, and so the objective of the budget is to achieve 3% economic growth. The specific policy areas to achieve that higher economic growth would include pro-growth tax policies, deregulation, domestic energy production, more labor force work participation, and then finally deficit reduction. A lower debt burden would lead to higher private investment, higher productivity, and that leads to higher growth also.
So I have to ask you then, when was the last time the U.S. experienced nominal growth of 5% a year every year for a decade?
Yes, sir. In the early 2000s, that was achieved in the first decade of the 21st century, and then also in the last half of the 20th century was achieved in every decade. There'd be other occasions as well.
Do you have the corresponding estimates for assumptions based on the CBO figures of what these numbers would look like?
Yes, sir. The budget would project a lower interest rate flowing from lower interest rate projections, and that flows from the lower debt burden in the budget. The $16.3 trillion of deficit reduction that we achieve, which reduces the debt to GDP percentage by almost 50 percentage points, would reduce interest rates by 0.7 percentage points.
Yeah, sorry, I think you answered a different question. I'm talking about the estimates. If you were to not depart from the nonpartisan CBO figures, do you have the estimates on what these numbers would actually look like if you took their growth rates into account?
Oh, yes, sir. The economic projections in our budget from the policies in our budget would lead to $3 trillion of budgetary savings over the 10 years. The macroeconomic feedback that flows from it is $3 trillion over 10 years. So that's the difference between CBO's budgetary baseline and our budget.
Sorry, say that. I missed the figure. Just say that again.
Yes, sir. The difference is $3 trillion. Our savings resulting from the higher economic growth in the budget is $3 trillion over 10 years.
I was going to ask about that later. Is that the sort of, I mean, immediately, jumped out on the table is a big round number that just happens to make everything add up. You have it as, quote, the macroeconomic impact on the deficit. Is that what you're referring to, this $3 trillion?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I hope you're right. All right. Well, I have further questions, but let me yield to some of my colleagues. Again, these are for the technical, the staff walkthrough. I have others, but would like to yield. Mr. Scott, were you looking to recognize?
I'd like to follow up on that. Usually we budget on arithmetic. This is what's called dynamic scoring. Is that how we get the numbers?
Well, I would say that the basis for the 3% economic projection is the historic performance of the U.S. economy, where we have achieved 3.1% economic growth since World War II, and that shows the potential of the U.S. economy under appropriate policies.
And what growth do you project in the budget?
3% annual average, sir.
Where was the 5%? 5.1, what was that?
That's a reference to the nominal GDP rate. The 3% is a reference to the real GDP rate.
Well, I mean, so what rate do you assume in the budget?
We assume 3% inflation-adjusted economic growth on average, compared to CBO's forecast of about 2% economic growth on average.
Okay. What happens to the Trump tax cuts in this budget?
The budget proposes a reserve fund for the authorizing committees to continue work on pro-growth tax policies and to continue work on preventing tax increases.
What do you mean pro-growth tax policies?
So the
I mean, did the growth line change after those tax cuts passed?
yes, sir. In terms of the experience in 2018 and 2019, the U.S. economy grew by 2.9% and 2.3%. The CBO projection prior to enactment of that law was 2.2% and 1.7%.
The jobs graph, you can't tell when that so-called growth thing passed. There's no wrinkle in the job, in the number of jobs created before and after that tax cut. Is that true?
Well, in terms, I can speak to the difference in growth. In terms of the difference of growth, the difference was more than a half-point additional growth compared to prior CBO expectations in the years 2018 and 2019.
But in terms of jobs, you didn't see a wrinkle in that line, did you?
I'll trust your data in terms of jobs. My general understanding is that the unemployment rate continued to be at or near historic lows through the 2019 period.
Without a wrinkle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yield down to Mr. Higgins.
Yeah, thank you. So the House Republican budget achieves balance?
Yes, sir.
When?
2033.
2033. And it does that by cutting Medicare by $400 billion?
The budget would propose to double Medicare spending. The budget would propose no changes to benefits for Medicare beneficiaries. The budget would contain, within the context of doubling Medicare spending, $423 billion of reforms relative to CBO's baseline. Those reforms would consist of policies that would have the effect of lowering out-of-pocket costs for Medicare beneficiaries.
Well, Medicare is a health insurance program. Health insurance is growing significantly each year by 4 to 6%. And over that 10-year period, aren't Medicare beneficiaries losing benefits?
No, sir, not under this budget.
Well, how do you achieve that when you're cutting it by $400 billion?
The budget does achieve, within the context of doubling Medicare spending, some savings relative to CBO's baseline, but the savings would have the impact of lowering out-of-pocket costs without reducing benefits for Medicare beneficiaries.
Okay, Medicaid, a $2 trillion cut? Do you agree with that?
The budget would provide $7.5 trillion of funding within the health budget function. The savings relative to CBO's baseline would be roughly $1.9 trillion within that budget function.
The savings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 92% of people have health care through both private and public insurance programs. Would that result in a reduction in the number of people who are covered with insurance?
The The budget would, so there's various factors going on. So first, I should say, the overall impact of the budget with providing 3% average annual economic growth, that is going to cause higher incomes. That would have the impact in isolation of, you would expect fewer people to be eligible for a means-tested program with higher incomes. One of the provisions that we suggest, one of the illustrative policy options in the health budget function, is to limit Obamacare subsidies so it's not available for higher income individuals. That would be an example of one thing that would, that provision would have an effect on higher income individuals. However, overall, the budget in terms of the Medicaid program does not propose to make reductions in Medicaid eligibility.
A $217 billion cut in infrastructure investment.
The budget function 400 provides for the current law baseline with regard to the Highway Trust Fund, corrects for an anomaly in CBO's baseline. The current
What's
law...
the anomaly in the baseline?
Yes, sir. The anomaly is that the Highway Trust Fund is currently insolvent. The budget proposes to create a reserve fund, give the authorizing committees maximal authority and flexibility to make the Highway Trust Fund solvent and correct for the current insolvency of the program.
Yeah, let me just say this, from a technical standpoint, I just see this as a shifting of priorities, and has been said by the ranking member. You know, if you look at even the most contemporary history of administrations, Bush 1 loses the presidency because the economy tanked. Clinton comes in, fixes the economy, gives it off to Bush 2. We have the worst recession in the history of America. Obama comes in and fixes what Bush 2 broke and creates among the strongest economies and hands it off to another president. There's a trend here, and my concern, back to the technical aspect of this, is that the very things that you're talking about will serve to reduce growth over the years, because it pushes the burden on middle-class families. And as I said previously, 50% of Americans, 165 million people, are in the middle class. That's why we believe of growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, because of all of the financial responsibilities for the growth of the economy that falls onto the middle class. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. I want to shift gears to defense. The figure that you have in here is $921 billion, right?
I'm sorry, in reference to which policy again, sir?
Sorry, this is the budget authority for defense funding 2024.
Yes, sir. That would be the number that is reflected in the budget function for 050.
050, correct, yeah. So, and the CBO baseline is 921 as well. But that is actually $35 billion higher than what was agreed to and passed out of the House and the Senate in June. What accounts for that $35 billion more in defense spending?
The budget would provide an allocation of the Appropriations Committee of $1.471 trillion. The budget would intend, under the process, to allow the Appropriations Committee to subdivide its allocation between the subcommittees and make funding decisions within the allocation.
So I just want to make explicit here what's implicit. The defense spending in CBO's baseline assumes the continuation of emergency funding for Ukraine. And that is, you don't dispute that, right? CBO's baseline does assume that continues, correct?
Yeah, CBO's baseline assumes the continuation, as you said, of emergency spending. Our budget would not assume the continuation.
Oh, no, excuse me. That wasn't my question, but if you're using exactly the CBO figure, $921 billion, which is $35 billion higher than what passed in June, and that $35 billion is the exact amount of our emergency supplemental for Ukraine, this de facto is assuming the continuation of emergency funding for Ukraine. And by the way, I'm not taking issue with that. I think that's wonderful. I believe that the United States of America leads the transatlantic alliance. I'm proud of the coalition this country has led in terms of standing up to Putin and his war and aggression. And if we don't do it in Ukraine, we will be have to do it elsewhere in Eastern Europe. I just think it might be of some interest to note, because there are 7 members of this committee on the Republican side that voted not too long ago to prohibit all security assistance to Ukraine. So I think it is worth making explicit and pointing out that in voting for this resolution, they will be voting for the continuation of emergency appropriations to Ukraine. Unless you have something to add, I can add, or excuse me, I can switch gears here to revenue assumptions, but if there is another member who wants to be recognized, well, Ms. Omar hasn't gotten in yet, and then I'll recognize Mr. Scott for a second time.
Thank you. I just have 2 quick questions. You indicate no changes to revenue in the material. However, you indicate a large reserve fund for tax policy. Is your pro-growth tax fund deficit neutral?
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the policy implications of that assumption?
The budget is at CBO's baseline for revenues. The budget would include a reserve fund for the authorizing committees to continue work on preventing tax increases and continuing work on pro-growth tax policies.
Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question about education. Is there a $200 billion in mandatory cuts to the ed and labor funding? Is that what I understand?
Sir, the amount over the full budget window is actually slightly larger in the sense that most of the savings under budget function 500 are working off of the May 2023 CBO baseline, come from the repeal included in HR 2811 as passed by the House of the student loan provisions, the Biden administration executive action in that area regarding student loans, which saves $460 billion over 10 years, over the full budget window, including 2023.
That assumes that the Biden SAVE Act is rejected by a Congressional Review Act. Is that what you're saying?
The budget would assume the policies included in HR 2811, the Limited Safe Grow Bill, in terms of the student loan executive actions, yes, sir. The $460 billion in savings from that.
Okay, and if he vetoes it and his veto is sustained, what happens to the budget?
The savings in this case would still be realized in that the Supreme Court struck it down. The reason that is reflected as savings in our budget is when the May baseline came out, it was still in the baseline. And our policy in the budget is to not allow a future executive order or the reimposition of that particular.
I'm sorry, are you talking about the forgiveness or the adjustment in the income-based repayment?
So specifically, the policies I mentioned were the student loan executive actions that were included in HR 2811, both the executive actions in HR 2811 reflecting income-driven repayment and the more broad forgiveness amount.
Okay. So are all the savings in function 500 talking about student loans?
No, sir. Another illustrative option under budget function 500 would be the social services block grant. The budget would propose as an illustrative option for authorizing committee's consideration the elimination of the social services block grant.
What about school lunches?
The budget would not propose any policy changes in that area.
Pell grants?
No, sir.
Doesn't make any changes in Pell Grants, the mandatory part of Pell Grants?
No, sir. No suggested changes.
And in the Justice 750, what are the programs that could be affected by the $26 billion cut in justice programs?
Well, within budget function 750, there are a couple of fees that expire under current law. Those include the COBRA fees, as well as the merchandise processing fee, sir.
You said COBRA?
And the budget would propose to extend those fees under current law.
How do COBRA fees get under justice?
Well, they're reflected by the Congressional Budget Office and OMB as being under budget function 750. And so they're reflected in our budget also in budget function 750.
COBRA, is that health insurance, COBRA?
No, it's, but they were originally created under the Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, and I think that's the reason they have that particular acronym, sir.
Okay, so what programs would be affected?
Well, the fee in this case is, it's a fee that is on, it's Customs Border Protection. They collect these fees. The Customs Border Protection is the agency that collects these particular fees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I just have, we'll be able to finish this portion up also early, because I just have one additional area I want to explore. You have in here a point of order that restricts spending, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But there's no corresponding point of order that penalizes for reduced revenues via tax cuts, is that right?
Yes, sir. The budget would create no new points of order on tax cuts, sir.
So this will be a, I'll say this rhetorically, not to, debate this with staff. This, again, continues the policy where there's one set of rules on the spending side, but then the deficit and debt can go sky high as long as it's due to tax cuts. That is a large part of why we're in the mess that we're in. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back so we can keep moving, and I thank the gentleman.
If there are no other questions, then I want to thank Mr. Watson for his diligence, for your professionalism, and for your time. And now we will proceed to consideration of the budget aggregates, functional categories, and other appropriate matters. This text is identical to the tables distributed to the minority and posted on our website Tuesday. Under Committee Rule 10, the committee will consider a document containing the budget aggregates, functional categories, and other components of the budget resolution. Amendments may be offered to this document, subject to the agreement between the majority and the minority. After this document's been approved, it will be incorporated into the text of the concurrent resolution on the budget for a final vote on whether to report the measure to the House. The committee will now begin the amendment process. The document will be considered as read, open for amendment at any point pursuant to the agreement laid out earlier today. Debate on any amendments offered will be 10 minutes per amendment with time equally divided. The proponent of the amendment will have 4 minutes to speak, and then people speaking in opposition will have 5 on the majority side, and then there'll be a remaining 1 minute closing. With that, are there any amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
This is amendment number 1. The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of this amendment.
Amendment number 1 on function 920 funding levels offered by Ranking Member Boyle.
Mr. Boyle is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this couldn't be a more plain-spoken amendment. This amendment is simply called Stop the Shutdown and Honor the Deal. This amendment stops the threat of a government shutdown by restoring the 2024 appropriations to the funding levels that were just agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023 that passed this chamber in June, and the overwhelming majority of our members on this committee voted for, including 15 on the Republican side. It prevents the dangerous cuts envisioned by extreme MAGA House Republicans. Government shutdowns are damaging, costly, and foolish. When Congress fails to do its job, the consequences are real. Families suffer, the economy takes a hit, and government costs rise, all completely unnecessarily. Government shutdowns hobble economic growth. The 2013 Republican shutdown cost our GDP upwards of $6 billion in terms of lost output. It resulted in the creation of 120,000 fewer private sector jobs, and it disrupted private sector lending to individuals and small businesses. Worse yet, shutdowns divert government resources from their intended purpose. Agencies are forced to create shutdown preparation plans and lose substantial worker productivity. That's a wasteful use of taxpayer dollars. In the 2013 shutdown, $2 billion were lost just in work hours alone. The House spending committees have written appropriations bills for 2024 that are now $119 billion below the level that the overwhelming majority of this chamber agreed to in the FRA. The cuts required by these levels, amounts that are enshrined in this House Republican budget resolution, offer example of underinvestment and wrong-headed focus. These cuts eviscerate education, public health, law enforcement, weaken rural communities, and offer a disinterested shrug at the climate crisis. Republican intransigence has stalled the appropriations process and left American families facing the threat of a government shutdown. The flawed bills cutting essential services can't find enough support, even among House Republicans, to pass them. And that's before the measures would reach a certain doom in the Senate. Again, this budget resolution completely ignores the deal reached and voted on just months ago. And it does it to impose cuts from levels that are just completely unsustainable and unrealistic. It compounds that problem in 2025 and then gets worse and worse as the decade unfolds. As CBO, the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, wrote in March, Republican plans to balance the budget solely through spending cuts are unrealistic, requiring the complete elimination of most non-defense investments. Put simply, vote for this amendment. Everyone who voted for the budget agreement in June should be supporting this. Vote for Amendment 1, stop this shutdown, and honor the deal. That I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and now would like to ask if there are any members who'd like to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for 5 minutes, please.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit an article from the Cato Institute to the record entitled Return Discretionary Spending to Pre-Pandemic Levels.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. During World War II, the federal government increased spending to support the war effort, and our debt-to-GDP ratio rose to almost 119% by the conclusion of the war. But after the war ended, Congress took steps to reduce spending back to pre-war levels, which was the logical and fiscally responsible thing to do. The proposed $1.471 trillion discretionary spending levels that we include in this budget resolution is a return to pre-pandemic levels. This follows historic precedent, not to mention overall principles of fiscal responsibility. We need to stop constantly resorting to spending more just because we can. Out of control government spending and the failed Bidenomics policies have led to the highest inflation we've seen in decades, which in turn led to higher interest rates and cost of living, making it much harder for Americans to provide for their families and plan for their futures. Since the federal government's out-of-control spending habits have forced many of my constituents and all Americans to make tough choices on how they can spend their money, don't you think it's time that we make our own tough choices with regard to how we spend taxpayer money? We need to cut wasteful spending like the IRA's $71 billion in additional IRS funding and $580 billion in student loan bailouts. We're more than $33 trillion in debt. If that isn't a sign that we need to implement serious changes to our spending habits, then I don't know what is. Our proposal provides a strong blueprint for reducing spending while protecting vital government programs. While I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague, ranking member, and fellow Notre Dame grad for his amendment, I do urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I would like to yield the balance of my time to my dear friend and chairman, Mr. Arrington.
I thank the gentleman from Indiana. Look, the FRA agreed on a cap. We have not, if we were to go over that cap, we'd violate the law. It's a ceiling on spending, not a floor, and here's what's important, I think. We've got a Senate that's already requesting more than the agreement. So let's be fair to all parties involved. The president, in his budget, requests $90 billion more in discretionary spending year over year, roughly. I think I have a number here for the next 2 years at $227 billion more. We have a spending-induced inflationary firestorm. And I don't know about my colleagues, but in West Texas, this is a real cost of living crisis. People, 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10, living paycheck to paycheck, losing on average $1,100 a month. It's unsustainable. And so I don't understand how one could argue to spend more money, but that's where the Senate is, and that's where the president is. We are saying, let's eliminate anything that's wasteful and unnecessary. CBO, nonpartisan, projected that there would be hundreds of billions of dollars less in spending at this point in time pre-COVID. So in their projections, they anticipated we'd be spending hundreds of billions. I think it's over 300 billion. We're talking about 119 billion. I can tell you, in what I've seen, there's a whole lot more wasteful and unnecessary spending. We saw the government grow from 2017 to 2022 by 45%. There were some things we needed to do, some things I thought were unnecessary, and some things I thought were not even germane to COVID that were funded in the name of COVID. But we've carried over a lot of waste. The bureaucracy is bloated, and we need to get back to pre-COVID, pre-inflationary numbers. It will help the American people. They're tightening their belts. They're changing their spending habits. I don't think it's a lot to ask that we find another 120 billion. I bet there's more in waste in this federal government. So I appreciate the comments on that, but we reject this amendment out of hand on that basis. And now we got 1 minute for rebuttal from my friend, Mr. Boyle.
Yeah, so to close my minute, I'm sorry Mr. Yocum left because I was going to take this opportunity for bipartisan agreement with him. I know he will agree with me that Notre Dame will defeat Ohio State this Saturday. Everything else he said, he's nodding his head, right? I think he agrees with me on that, even if we don't agree on the other matter at hand. I also say, ever since the agreement was reached in June, and then subsequently the House Speaker ended up with an internal problem with some of the folks who voted no on his side, and the House actually couldn't even do business for a full week that followed. Then suddenly this fairy tale was invented that, the 1%, the cuts that were in there are a floor, not a ceiling in terms of what the cuts will be. That is nowhere in the agreement. No one was saying that at the time it passed. But now suddenly, to solve an internal party strife issue, this sort of fairy tale has come about. Let's stick with the original agreement that passed the House, passed the Senate, and was signed into law. That is what the ultimate resolution of this is going to look like. This amendment honors our deal. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. The question's now on agreeing to his amendment as offered. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Well, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
And we will be asking for a recorded vote, which I believe will be at a later time when
That's
we do them
correct.
consecutively.
That's right. Thank you. Roll call vote is requested, but pursuant to our agreement, we will postpone all recorded votes till after the markup. And I appreciate that bipartisan agreement. So here we go. Next one. Any other amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk. Sorry, with the gentleman, it's Amendment 14, or I believe this is, Mr. Chair, did you?
This amendment is number 2.
It's been renumbered to 2? Okay.
This is the Social Security issue?
That's correct, yeah.
This amendment's number 2. The clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute copies of the amendment, and I will pause until everybody's gotten a copy of the amendment.
Amendment number 2 on Social Security, offered by Ranking Member Boyle.
I'm going to yield to him first.
Got me with the 4 minutes. Yeah.
Mr. Boyle, you're recognized now for 4 minutes.
Yeah, so on the, what was Amendment 14, but now recognized as Amendment 2, look, you actually heard some bipartisan agreement this morning a few times. One of which was, while we completely reject a cuts-only approach, we recognize that our growing national debt is an issue. Second point of agreement is we all recognize the reality that Congressional Budget Office and the folks who administer the Social Security Trust Fund have both verified that at some point in approximately a decade from now, CBO I think says 2023, the Social Security trustees say 2034, nonetheless, about 10 years from now, the trust fund does become insolvent. This is a problem for all of us. This amendment works to solve that problem. This is from a piece of legislation that I have authored with Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, who is the chair of the Senate Budget Committee. This would ensure enough revenue is put into the Social Security Trust Fund to secure it through at least the year 2100. And those aren't my figures. The Joint Committee on Taxation has verified that by simply taking away the cap on those who make more than $400,000 a year, that will put in enough money into the Social Security Trust Fund that secures it for the rest of this century. So for people who say, my God, Social Security is running out of money, it's running out of money, the only solution is drastic cuts. It's completely false. And there's precedent for this. There was a time when Medicare Trust Fund was going out of money. The 1.45% was up to a certain cap. What led to that cap's removal was a previous fiscal challenge that the program faced. Here in this amendment does not remove the cap entirely. It keeps the cap, but simply for those who are making more than $400,000 a year, it again would reimpose the FICA tax. It also closes tax loopholes that allow some of the richest Americans from paying anything in Social Security taxes at all. You know, there are more than 67 million Americans who rely on Social Security benefits. It is an earned benefit. Whenever someone uses the word entitlement, I'm always quick to point out people paid into that program. My own father is one of those 67 million Americans. He worked for 50 years at hard blue-collar jobs, paying into Social Security. Now in retirement, the bulk of his retirement savings are in the earned benefit of Social Security. He, in many ways, is very representative of the average hardworking American. We have a solemn moral obligation to ensure that Social Security Trust Fund does not expire 10 years from now. Vote for this amendment. It ensures that it will be there for generations to come. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Ranking Member Boyle, and now ask if there are any claims from other members in opposition to this amendment. I'd like to yield now 5 minutes in recognition of the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Drew Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to make a couple of comments here. Again, when we look at this budget, it does not touch benefits and Social Security, and we all recognize how important this program is, and it's important that we protect our seniors. If you look at where insolvency is, it keeps moving up. The date gets closer and closer. It's now within the 10-year window. If you look at what happens in 9 years, the shortfall will be approximately $616 billion in year one. This amendment, if you look at it, talking about removing the cap on $400,000, would add approximately $86 billion over the 10-year window. It is simply not enough to cover the major shortfall, and we're doing it in a way where we haven't analyzed what that would do to the overall economy in terms of productivity and job creation by continuing to raise taxes. We need to be a little bit more intellectually honest, and we need to do this in a bipartisan way. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and my dear friend from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, keeps talking about wanting to expand Social Security. I think our first priority should be to protect Social Security for the folks that have already earned and have paid into it. And also, I think we need to be honest about what this program is. When the ranking member talked about his dad paying into the system, just as my parents have as well, they made payments into the system to help support other retirees. And what we're running into is that we don't have enough workers right now paying into the system for the current number of retirees, and that math is only getting worse. I'd like to add one other thing. If we simply do this by saying we're gonna raise taxes, we are missing the boat on something that's happening in our economy that's pretty dramatic, and that is the advent of artificial intelligence and the impact that it could have on the workforce. And every single one of the jobs that potentially could be eliminated by AI is another hit to the solvency of both Social Security and Medicare. So I simply think that just raising taxes will have a negative impact on the economy, and I think that we need, and it's going to create fewer workers. We've seen this time and time again. As taxes go up, productivity goes down. We see closures. We see way too many pressures on business, and our job creators can't continue to add people to their payrolls, which is actually, under the current funding formula, what we need to extend solvency more than anything else. If we don't look at this in a holistic fashion and simply say, let's just make the wealthiest Americans carry more of the burden, because currently about 1% of the population pays about 40% of the taxes. At some point, you break that. You break those folks and the economy crashes. We need to be looking at this in a holistic way, in a way that's intellectually honest, and I would urge a no vote on this. And with that, Mr. Chairman, if I could, unanimous consent to put into the record the House Budget Committee script related to the annual report from the Board of Trustees and their annual report.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
With the remaining time, let me make a couple comments on this. It is critical to our seniors, not just the seniors of today, but of tomorrow. We need to make this thing solvent, give seniors peace of mind, and we need to make it sustainable for the future. A couple things. my Democrat colleagues could have addressed this and the Medicare shortfall when they had run of the show, majority in the House and the Senate and the presidency. They didn't do it. Now, I'm not blaming my ranking member or any of my colleagues here, but they didn't do it. And you know what? Republicans didn't do it when we had the run of the show. How about we agree, we just have to get in a room, hash through the pay-fors, hash through the programmatic reforms, and not oversimplify it, but come to a consensus and save that important program that we all know is an earned benefit, as you mentioned, and is critical to our seniors. So with that, I yield the remaining 1 minute to my colleague from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so first, as the chairman know, and I thank him, I am always willing to work on the other side of the aisle, and as evidenced by how well he and I work together. The good news is right in front of us, there is an amendment that saves Social Security. We can do this now and start the process. My amendment ensures 100% of benefits will be protected for current and future retirees. And to my good friend from Georgia, to his comments about intellectual honesty, I do want to bring up, in case he wasn't aware, the figures I cited earlier about providing enough revenue through this amendment through the year 2100 was verified by the Joint Committee on Taxation. So it is simply not the case that we also need benefit cuts. And I also say, the chairman will indulge me, I know I haven't heard it from anyone today, but out in the presidential debate, I heard one Republican member, Nikki Haley, make a passionate case for why she wanted to raise the retirement age. She thought it was too low at 65. The full retirement age for Social Security hasn't been 65 for decades. It has already been raised. It is 66 and a half, and effective in 2027 and beyond, it'll be 67. So those who are looking to raise the retirement age really should actually learn more about what this program currently looks like today. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. The question's now agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Boyle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those in opposition say no. No. It's the opinion of the chair. The noes have it. And as we agreed to, we'll postpone that recorded vote.
And just for the record, ask for a recorded vote.
Absolutely. Let's move on now to other amendments. Are there any other amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer an amendment.
This amendment is number 3, I believe. The clerk will designate this amendment and distribute copies, and we'll pause until they've been distributed.
Amendment number 3 on Medicare, offered by Mr. Higgins.
Okay, Mr. Higgins, recognize you for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment states that it is the policy of the resolution that Congress should strengthen and secure Medicare by making changes in law that would strengthen the traditional Medicare program and extend Medicare solvency. This may include a requirement that taxpayers with incomes above $400,000 to contribute more to Medicare as proposed in the FY 2024 President's budget, or closing a tax loophole that allows wealthy owners of pass-through businesses with more than $400,000 in annual income to avoid Medicare taxes, which was also proposed in the FY 2024 President's budget. My colleagues should support this amendment because it strengthens Medicare and extends the program's solvency without cutting benefits. In 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed into law the bill which created Medicare. Today, Medicare protects over 57 million senior citizens and almost 8 million persons with disabilities from potentially catastrophic health care costs. It has not only helped these millions of Americans survive, but thrive as well. Medicare is a commitment to honor the dignity and independence of senior citizens and disabled citizens. Despite the importance of this program in guaranteeing health security without new revenue, Without new revenue, the Hospital Insurance Trust Fund is expected to become insolvent by 2031. Democrats and President Biden have introduced proposals to strengthen Medicare and extend its solvency. The President's 2024 budget strengthens Medicare for another generation by extending the solvency of the Hospital Insurance Trust Fund by at least 25 years without cutting benefits or raising retirement age, ensuring millions of Americans can count on Medicare to be there for them. On the other hand, my GOP colleagues have repeatedly tried to cut Medicare benefits and move toward privatizing it. This resolution opens a path to cut Medicare benefits and move toward privatization. Millions of Americans have been working their whole lives, paying into Medicare with every working day, and want to know that they can count on Medicare to be there for them when they retire. Given the vital importance of Medicare, we must commit to protecting and extending its solvency. While the chairman's Mark states that it supports, quote, bipartisan solutions, it does not commit to strengthening Medicare without cutting benefits. We must commit to extending the solvency of the Hospital Trust Fund. Requiring taxpayers with incomes above $400,000 to contribute more to Medicare and closing the tax loophole that allows wealthy business owners to avoid Medicare taxes are common sense proposals. I hope we can work together to find bipartisan solutions to address Medicare solvency, and I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment.
I thank my friend from New York and my fellow Ways and Means colleague, but we're going to open it up now for 4 minutes of rebuttal. Are there any members who would like to speak in opposition? Dr. Burgess, Dr. Burgess, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, Medicare, incredibly important program. It's the promise of health security, and it's critical that we preserve, protect, and defend the Medicare program. In his State of the Union address in February of this year, President Biden said, "I will not cut a single Social Security or Medicare benefit." Well, I wish we could take him at his word, but unfortunately, in the 2.5 years of his administration, he has significantly reduced reimbursement for Medicare providers, so he's certainly not been true to his word. But our budget does not make a single cut to Social Security or Medicare benefits for our seniors. Our budget supports policies that follow the recommendations from Medicare Payment Advisory Commission and the Government Accountability Office to address overpayments in Medicare. For example, our budget supports equalizing payments for the same service through a site-neutral payment program, a policy being advanced in a bipartisan manner in authorizing committees in this Congress. In addition to saving the Medicare program money, this common sense policy will lead to lower out-of-pocket costs for our nation's seniors. I think we can all agree that the Medicare program faces significant long-term fiscal challenges, particularly with an aging population and rising healthcare costs. Over the next 75 years, the Medicare trustees report that more than $53 trillion are in unfunded liabilities or unfunded promised benefits. But I do want to share, as I did in my opening statement on this hearing, I do want to share a little good news with the Budget Committee. I'm going to ask unanimous consent to put into the record an article from the New York Times, of all places. It's entitled, "A Huge Threat to the U.S. Budget Has Receded, and No One is Sure Why." So I'd ask unanimous consent to put this into the record. Also point out...
Without objection, so ordered.
Also point out an article in the Fiscal Times that, along the same lines, said that if the per beneficiary expense had continued from 2010 to 2019, the spend would be some $3.9 trillion higher than it actually is. So what happened over that decade that resulted in that lower spend? And I would submit there are a number of factors in play here, but one of the principal ones was the Medicare Part D program that passed in 2006 that where the benefit actually began to be used by people. We know that if you treat disease earlier and consistently, you will actually, the healthcare spend will be lower. So finally, I would like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record, this is a CBO report prepared for the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, Mr. Sheldon Whitehouse, actually detailing this lower spend in the last decade in Medicare than what had been anticipated.
Without objection, so ordered.
So this is why our Budget Committee supports the creation of a bipartisan debt commission, tasked with looking at things like this and making recommendations on policy solutions to address the fiscal challenges within Medicare and Social Security, including the long-term unfunded liabilities. Unfortunately, the amendment before us right now supports enacting proposals in President Biden's fiscal year 2024 budget that will harm the solvency of the Medicare program. If you recall, the president's budget proposed expanding the Democrats' IRA price controls in Medicare, which is killing the development of promising new medicines for patients. The very things that resulted in the lower Medicare spend 2010 to 2019, this president wants to eliminate those. The president also proposed applying the Obamacare net investment income tax and the self-employment taxes to small business income for those earning above $400,000, which would hit more than 1 million small business owners, according to data from the Internal Revenue Service. So we need to approach these difficult issues in a bipartisan manner. Today, seniors depend on it, those nearing retirement plan on it, and a future generation of Americans deserve it. This amendment is duplicative and unnecessary, as our budget resolution already includes a policy statement supporting the need for a bipartisan solution to save Medicare for those at or near retirement and to strengthen the program's solvency for future beneficiaries. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record material from MedPAC on the Medicare and the health delivery system.
Without objection, so ordered.
In addition, a letter from Americans for Prosperity dated April 25, 2023, in support of the Medicare site-neutral payment reform.
Dr. Ferguson, if you can hold that thought, let's work it in the next rebuttal since we've run out of time, just to honor the system we've agreed to. So if you'll keep your thoughts on Medicare, we've run out of time. I'm going to yield the minute to your colleague and mine, Mr. Higgins, for the closing comment, and then happy for you to bring that up in the next round. So, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Medicare's trustees estimate that the hospital trust fund will be insolvent by 2028 without congressional action. And that is the heart and soul of this amendment. It was proposed by the Biden administration early on. I trust the estimates of the Medicare trustees. And I think if we are serious about preserving the solvency of this program, this amendment should be approved. With that, I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman from New York for his amendment and ask the question on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Higgins. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No.
We got it.
It's good to be the chairman. In the opinion of the chairman, the noes have it. I've always wanted this job for this reason. I just get to say the noes have it. But we're going to have a roll call vote, I believe. Is that?
Yes, I'm asking
we're
for a
gonna,
roll call vote.
We'll do that later in the day. And
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate your thoughtful amendment. And we will move on to other amendments. Are there other amendments? Yes, ma'am. This is amendment number 4, I believe. The clerk will designate the amendment. Staff will distribute copies of the amendment. We'll pause, make sure everybody has a copy of it, and then we will proceed.
Amendment number 4 on Medicaid, offered by Ms. Schakowsky.
I begin.
Yes, I recognize Ms. Schakowsky for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my amendment begins by striking the Republicans' policy statement on Medicaid work requirements. It rejects what I see clearly as draconian cuts and states that it is the policy of the Congress to, one, protect Medicare beneficiaries who are eligible for Medicaid right now, and to improve Medicaid benefits for vulnerable populations. That would include new mothers, seniors, and people with disabilities. Make sure I'm getting that right. To provide 12 months of postpartum help for all women who have just delivered babies, improve services, and also would allow for enhancing help for families that are caregivers, and protect and provide also for, I have a hard time reading. In addition, just make sure that Medicaid is there for all people. We want to pay for this. The question always comes up, so how are we going to pay for these Medicaid beneficiaries? First of all, let's acknowledge that these are low-income people. That's how you get eligible for Medicaid. And so we want to make sure, and we have for generations now, made sure that Medicaid is available. And what we want to make sure is how we pay for it in the fairest way possible. And I would just suggest that we pay for Medicaid improvements, yes, by taxing the wealthiest Americans and the wealthiest corporations, and make sure that people who are in the billionaire category, that they pay 25% of their full income, that money could be placed toward Medicaid beneficiaries. But I also want to say the idea of expanding any kind of work requirements for Medicaid people right now, and there was a vote to do that, is just absolutely outrageous. People who can work are working, and the hint that they are just sitting around and collecting money, low-income people, in order to get the health care for themselves and their families is really draconian. And so I would seek support for this amendment to protect this very precious and popular program that helps so many people that are in need right now. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Illinois and now ask if there are any members who would like to claim the time to oppose this amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Drew Ferguson from Georgia, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's start with some basic questions about our healthcare system. Right now, the first one is, over the last decade, are Americans more or less healthy than they were 10 years ago? As a nation, we are less healthy. Number two, have healthcare costs gone down or gone up over the last decade? The answer is they've almost doubled for the individual family. So we are less healthy and healthcare costs are up. Thirdly, we have way too many of our fellow Americans that they may have access, but they are not utilizing the healthcare system. So the answer cannot simply be to mandate higher taxes to solve this problem. Because what we've seen over the past decade is as you tax more and as the government spends more in this space, the results is that we are less healthy and we are paying more, and every single family is paying more for their health care costs and getting poor results. And by the way, along the way, the doctor-patient relationship has been destroyed, and we continue to hit this and say, we're going to cut provider payments. I think we should all recognize that when you force a a private practice physician to sell to a hospital, productivity goes down and costs go up. That's irrefutable. So I think whether it's, and look, to me, asking able-bodied adults capable of work to participate in work, I don't think is draconian. We need our fellow Americans in the workforce. We need our fellow Americans to participate. Not saying cut it out. I'm not saying eliminate the benefit. We're simply saying help participate in the American economy. And by the way, it also addresses the need that we spoke about just a minute ago, which is we need every single American working so that their payroll taxes can go and fund Social Security and Medicare, right? Now, the rhetoric from the left of we want the richest corporations to pay for this and the richest individuals. 1% of this country pays 40% of the taxes. Think about that. 1% of this country pays over 40% of the taxes. That's a pretty heavy load, right? Now, I also think that if you look at the last provision that was offered and under the Medicare side and say, if you're over $400,000, keep paying, that's going to hit almost 1 million small businesses. Almost 1 million small businesses. We should add small businesses to the most vulnerable in our society right now. We should. Inflation, supply chain issues, labor issues, interest cost because of inflation and this ridiculous chase to drive down inflation by raising the cost of goods without addressing productivity, to me, is a futile exercise, and it is a guaranteed pathway into a sustained recession. And more importantly, as we look at where we are right now, we have more revenue coming in than we've ever had, but we're spending way too much money. We should be doing things like cutting the waste, fraud, abuse, and improper payments in our systems to protect our most vulnerable. We should be looking at how to reduce administrative cost. If you look at where the bulk of where money is going, unfortunately, it's not going to patient care. It's going to administrative cost and improper payments. So before we ask our fellow Americans to pay one more dime in taxes, don't you think we have the responsibility to weed out the waste, fraud, and abuse and the improper payments in the system before we ask our most vulnerable, including our small businesses, to pay more? With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I'd like to yield the remaining time to Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, it is important that we refocus the Medicaid dollars on the most vulnerable. People forget there are two populations here. There's the safety net population, blind, aged, disabled, pregnant women, and low-income children, and then the expansion population or the Affordable Care Act. Well, if this budget proposes is enacting a per capita cap model that sets funding based on state-specific Medicaid populations to give the states more control of that. Look, I do want to introduce into the record a letter from Senate Democrats to President Bill Clinton, signed by then Senator Joe Biden, expressing strong support for per capita caps. Additionally, I want to introduce into the record a record from the Mercatus Center report on how Obamacare's Medicaid expansion is shifting resources from the most vulnerable. And then finally, just to wrap up, I would say, pay your fair share in taxes, absolutely. Maybe it should begin with the president's family. Maybe the Justice Department will work on that one for us, and I'll yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. And now I yield a minute for rebuttal to the gentlelady from Illinois.
You know, if more states had done the Medicaid expansion, we would be able to have more people that are getting the kind of care that they need. And the very idea that somehow people who can work aren't working, and that we have to raise the age, which has been recommended, of the people who go out and find a job, as if people at age 45 are easily going to be able to go out and find themselves a job to work at. So it just seems to me that this richest country in the world at the richest time in history absolutely has the ability to be able to make sure that the most vulnerable are protected. And if we are looking for resources that you think are going unused, fine, we can look for them. But otherwise, I absolutely think that the richest, including the billionaires in this country, can make sure that we take care of the people who really need it the most. Those are the Medicaid patients. And I yield back.
Again, I thank the gentlelady. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Schakowsky. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, no. No. In an opinion of the chair, the noes have it. In accordance with our agreement, we'll postpone the recorded vote if the gentlelady should desire a recorded vote.
Are we asking for that? Yes, sir.
We'll postpone the recorded vote until after the markup. I appreciate that. And now we'll open it back up for any other amendments. Are there any other amendments?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Blumenauer has an amendment. The amendment is number 5. The clerk will designate this amendment, and the staff will distribute copies. We'll wait just a few seconds, and then Mr. Blumenauer can proceed.
Amendment number 5 on Function 800 funding levels offered by Mr. Blumenauer.
Mr. Blumenauer is now recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. I've appreciated the spirited exchange about the level of taxation and adding new taxes. My amendment is much simpler. It's just having people pay the taxes they owe. That ought to be a proposition that we all agree on. Every time somebody evades their responsibility, it shifts it to everybody else. We sadly have a pattern in this country where the wealthiest Americans who file the most complicated returns have the highest rate of evasion. And as the income level goes up, the evasion level does as well. The top 1% fail to pay $163 billion a year, 28% of all unpaid taxes. The budget resolution that has been offered will only increase the amount of tax evasion from wealthiest Americans and will increase the deficit by more than $100 billion. If we're truly interested in reducing the deficit, but more important, equity. What is the rationale for allowing people who are the wealthiest and the people with the most complicated returns to sidestep their obligation? We ought to equip the IRS with the tools to be able to make sure our tax code is fully and fairly enforced. That ought not to be wildly controversial. That's fundamental fairness for all taxpayers. And I have no doubt that this is something that is supported by the majority of the public. Rather than new taxes, simply collect the taxes that are due and unpaid. This seems to me to be the simplest approach, the fairest approach, and one that should not be an item of contention. The IRS has lost the ability to deal with some of these most complicated cases. The staffing has been reduced until recently. This is something that is not only deals with the deficit, but fundamental tax fairness. Every cheater, every business that doesn't pay its fair share has an unfair advantage over the people who play by the rules and pay their taxes. I know this has been controversial in the past for reasons that frankly concerns me deeply. I spend a lot of time working with people in my district who are involved with tax preparation they acknowledge that there's little recently, in terms of the audit function. We're starting to replace capacity that is important for a voluntary tax compliance system, which we have, to be able to function fairly over time, generate the revenues we need from people who should pay their taxes. And I will reserve the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman from Oregon, and now ask if there are any members who would like to claim opposition to the amendment. I'd like to yield to Mr. Tom McClintock for from California for 5 minutes.
Well, let's be clear what Mr. Blue and I was talking about. The Democrats are adding 87,000 new IRS agents to come after Americans. That's larger than the entire population, every man, woman, and child in Flint, Michigan. The Republican budget removes that funding. The Democrats want to restore it. Now, the question, of course, is who are they coming after? Well, the Joint Committee on Taxation found that 78 to 90% of the money raised would likely come from those making less than $200,000 a year. Only 4 to 9% would come from those making more than $500,000. A Senate Finance Committee analysis says nearly half the audits would hit Americans making $75,000 or less. We all remember Willie Sutton's answer to the question, why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is. Why do Democrats rob the middle class? Same answer, that's where the money is. The wealthy have the resources and all the tax consultants and attorneys to successfully fight the IRS, and they usually win. The middle class doesn't, and they most always lose. It is not complicated. One other point, under the Trump tax cuts, which this budget protects, the share of taxes paid by the top 1% of Americans went up, and the other 99% of Americans saw their share of taxes go down. The average household saved between $1,000 and $2,000 under the Trump tax plan. The Republicans want to keep that plan. The Democrats want to gut it. I yield back to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman from California and yield to Mr. Bob Good from Virginia for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No one in my district has ever asked me for more funding for the IRS. Perhaps my friends on the other side, that's what they hear from their constituents. And that was before it became more explicitly clear that the IRS is targeting conservative individuals and organizations on a partisan basis, knocking on doors of whistleblowers and you name it. And matter of fact, a few examples. In 2012, the IRS admitted they targeted conservatives for tax scrutiny in the 2012 election. And the Biden administration, of course, continues to politicize these oppressive and punitive tax collection efforts. Matter of fact, President Biden's budget added $40 billion more to the IRS. Thankfully, that will never be voted into law. In 2021, ProPublica illegally released some wealthy individuals' tax information, and now 2 years later, the IRS leakers still have not been identified. Just last September, the IRS official who was a key player in the Lois Lerner scandal from 2014 and the subsequent cover-up was tasked by this administration to lead the new centralized office to implement the infamous IRA. Last December even, Democrats created a dangerous new precedent by releasing former President Donald Trump's tax returns. And just back in March, just days before testifying before the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, journalist Matt Taibbi had an IRS agent show up at his home. Has anybody in here ever had an IRS agent, Mr. Chairman, show up at their home? Is that a normal practice, that the IRS would show up at someone's home? I've been paying taxes now for some 40 years. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I've not yet had an IRS agent show up at my home. Back in April, just a few months ago, a whistleblower claimed in testimony that the IRS mishandled and, in fact, suffered political interference in the ongoing criminal probe into who? Hunter Biden, of course. So this amendment to increase funding to the IRS's army is bad for the American people and should be rejected. The last thing that we should do is give the IRS more money to go after more hardworking Americans. And I will remind everyone that regular income Americans, lower middle income Americans, are audited at 5 times the rate that the wealthiest of Americans are audited at. Mr. Chairman, I would like to I ask unanimous consent to submit the following letter from the Congressional Budget Office, the CBO, mind you, stating that the Inflation Reduction Act, so-called, which we now know had nothing to do with inflation, Mr. Chairman, but that expansion would lead to increased enforcement activities on people making under $400,000, and I ask at this time that it be introduced into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I also ask unanimous consent to submit the following press release from the IRS announcing its intent to hire more than 3,700 compliance agents nationwide to conduct expanded enforcement work. They're there to help you.
Without
And at this
objection.
time, I ask that it be introduced into the record.
So ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield
The balance of your time.
9 seconds back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I know Mr. Grothman has some comments. He's going to speak later on. I'm going to ask if he would reserve, just so we can continue the agreed-to time allotment and give my friend, Mr. Blumenauer, the final word with a 1-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. It's interesting listening to the right-wing talking points. The facts are that there is a serious underreporting of people with complex tax returns, and the IRS is not equipped. We did, in fact, release Donald Trump's tax returns, and it showed a pattern where the law was not followed, and there were replete with areas that were serious questions about compliance. The IRS was unable, because of the complexity, to obey the law, which is why that tax return was released, and people can verify that for themselves. But the simple fact is that failing to invest in the IRS creates an unequal playing field for the wealthiest people to evade their responsibilities. And restoring this funding is important to protect that equity.
I thank the gentleman from Oregon. A question is on agreeing to the amendment that he offered. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And if the gentleman would like a recorded vote, then we will postpone that until a later time today. But that's our commitment. So thank you, and we'll go back to the question of any other amendments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kildee.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, this amendment is number 6, and the clerk will designate the amendment. The staff will distribute that amendment, and we'll give a few seconds and let you proceed. Go ahead, clerk.
Amendment number 6 on law enforcement offered by Mr. Kildee.
My friend from Michigan, 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for holding this markup and for hearing this amendment. One of the most concerning aspects of the budget that we have before us, to me, is that it effectively will defund federal commitment to law enforcement, making communities across America less safe. One of our most important jobs in Congress and in all of government is to make sure that law enforcement has the tools that it needs in order to ensure something as fundamental as public safety for the constituents that I represent in mid-Michigan. This includes support for local law enforcement to help them fight crime and ultimately make those neighborhoods safe. And look, we should all agree, and I think to a great extent we do, that we need to invest in local law enforcement. That's why I'm so puzzled by the provisions included in this budget. We need to support the law enforcement so they can hire police officers, get dangerous people off the streets, combat crime. And again, this proposed budget would result in deep cuts to our law enforcement programs, not just to federal law enforcement, but also to programs that support those local police departments, those law enforcement officers all across the country. It also includes cuts to the Department of Justice's Bureau of Justice Assistance, which has supported programs, I can say for myself, in my own community to reduce gun violence and community violence
in Flint, Michigan, my hometown, in Saginaw, a community just up the road. Republicans are also proposing to cut the Burn Justice Grants program, a vital source of funding for small local police departments. And the irony, of course, is, as we all know, for years we've heard Republicans accusing Democrats of this very same thing. And I will admit, occasionally I have to oppose some few members of my own party on this subject, but I support local law enforcement, and that's why I'm offering this amendment. I don't support defunding local law enforcement, but look, that's what this budget proposal does. This would put Congress on a path to less funding being made available to local law enforcement, which translates to Michigan communities and communities all across the country being less safe. And that's why I propose this amendment, to simply do this one thing. And I ask you to join me in this, to just restore the cuts to local police departments that make our communities safe. I do hope that all of us can stand together on this, Republicans and Democrats, to vote yes on this amendment to responsibly continue to fund local police departments that help us fight crime. And with that, I reserve.
I thank the gentleman from Michigan, and now would like to ask if there are any members who would like to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McClintock from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, understanding the different languages that Republicans and Democrats speak is very important at times like this. For example, when Democrats talk about infrastructure, they mean subsidies for wealthy EV buyers and mass transit. When Republicans talk infrastructure, we mean dams, roads, and bridges. And likewise, when Democrats talk law enforcement, they mean giving grants to liberal cities that have slashed their own police budgets and grants for such failed policies as dispute resolution, de-escalation, free drug paraphernalia, social justice grants. When Republicans talk law enforcement, we mean, well, law enforcement. Sir Robert Peel, the father of modern policing, made very clear that law enforcement is a uniquely community institution. Each population is different, and effective policing recognizes this. Police are an extension of the community itself and need to be administered locally and accountable locally. The problem is that the Democratic cities have decimated their local law enforcement agencies, and they're now suffering the consequences. They were cheered on by the Democrats here, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an RSC paper entitled Looking Back, Democrats Push to Defund the Police, which documents that, and the FY 2024 House Judiciary Committee views and estimates on how they have slashed their police budgets in the cities that they control. Facts are stubborn things. What they've discovered is that their own constituents are now the victims of an unprecedented crime wave, and they're starting to notice. So now the Democrats want to take money from the communities that have fully funded their police departments to give to those who have slashed their police departments, no doubt with the tangle of red tape specifying how the Democrats want that money spent, and it won't be on law enforcement. Meanwhile, they've got no problems with opening the southern border and admitting, so far in this administration, 4.3 million illegal aliens, along with the criminal gangs, the international cartels, the human and drug trafficking, including a flood of fentanyl. And of course, border security, which is a federal responsibility, is the last thing that the Democrats will fund. And this will continue as long as the Democrats control our immigration policy and the police departments of our major cities. And I now yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. McClintock. Mr. Chairman, the Democrats and the Biden administration have willfully, purposefully facilitated the invasion taking place at our southern border over the past 2 years. And all Americans are now suffering and paying the price of the dereliction of duty demonstrated by President Biden, Secretary Mayorkas, and Democrats in Congress. Since President Biden took over, Customs and Border Patrol has encountered nearly 6 million illegal aliens at the southwest border, and even worse, reports that over 1.5 million known, not counting the unknown, known gotaways have evaded U.S. Border Patrol. According to a study by FAIR, this dereliction of duty is costing Americans, taxpayers, over $150 billion annually, and that's only going to go up under these Democrat policies and those running this administration. And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit a study from the Federation for American Immigration Reform titled The fiscal burden of illegal immigration on United States taxpayers into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rising crime in Democrat-run cities has caused Democrats to suddenly begin to rethink their efforts, their well-publicized efforts to defund police. Even the mayor of New York City recently called for action to be taken to curb rising crime as a result of the invasion at our southern border. I wonder what he thinks of those who actually live at the southern border, those border states. I call on my Democrat colleagues to work with Republicans to secure our borders, stem the flow of illicit drugs like the chemical weapon fentanyl, and secure domestic peace and tranquility by funding local police, prosecuting criminals, and ending no cash bail. But this amendment would simply throw money at the problem and fail to truly solve the issues caused by this Biden administration and these individuals who run our blue cities, these Democrat individuals who run our big cities. So I recommend a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Virginia, who's yielded time, and now yield 1 minute for rebuttal to my friend from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And while I comprehend and appreciate the arguments that have been made, I would have preferred my amendment to be debated. My amendment is simple. Continue to fund support for local police agencies. That's what it does. I mean, obviously we have to have a debate about immigration policy and border security, for sure. I agree. This amendment is about supporting local police. And so while my friend, Mr. McClintock, made the point that we all use different language, the language of this budget proposal is in its numbers. And your numbers put fewer police on the street, not just in democratically led cities, but in Republican or nonpartisan led cities. The support that I've provided local law enforcement goes to cities like Linden, Michigan. If you know anything about it, you know it's not a Democratic led city. Or Fenton, Michigan. If you knew anything about it, you know that that's not a Democratic led city. But they're my constituents. And I've been delivering help for their police departments. And you're making it more difficult for me to do that if your budget succeeds. And I can't accept that, and you should not either. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Michigan. The question's on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Kildee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Yes, sir. Roll call votes requested. Pursuant to the bipartisan unanimous consent agreement, we will postpone the recorded vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments? Mr. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to desk amendment number 14.
This amendment number 14, the clerk will designate the amendment and the staff will distribute copies, and then we'll proceed in just about 20 seconds.
Amendment number 14 being considered seventh on education and workforce, offered by Mr. Scott.
Okay, Mr. Scott, we yield 4 minutes for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment restores funding to the 2024 appropriations funding levels agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023, levels that weren't even adjusted for inflation or increased population. Programs funded under Function 500 ensure that all children have an equal opportunity to an excellent education, help students afford higher education, train workers, and ensure safe and fair workplaces. Unfortunately, the proposed cuts by Republicans will decimate education funding, hurt education and job funding, and leave the country less prepared, less trained, and less competitive workforce. This budget reduces support for K-12 and early childhood education, and particularly under the Title I, for Title I schools. These cuts would affect 26 million students in the Title I program and lead to over 200,000 fewer teachers in classrooms. This would also cut support for Head Start, eliminating early childhood education access for over 51,000 children. For students enrolled in higher education, these cuts would eliminate federal work study, a program that helps 66 660,000 students earned work-based assistance. The underlying Republican proposal includes no increase for Pell Grants for the first time since 2012, a program that is vital to making college affordable for low-income students. This proposal also hurts students and teachers by cutting teacher training programs. Budget also denies job training and employment services by cutting WIOA, that's the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, adult job training, which would end services to nearly 300,000 adults, cuts WIOA youth job training by ending services for over 125,000 youth. These cuts will have a long-lasting impact on the skills of our students and the future of our workforce. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman from Virginia, and now would ask that, open it up, rather, for members who might want to claim time in opposition to the amendment. The gentlelady from Michigan yield 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have to laugh at the name of this amendment from the Democrats, Protect Education. It should be called the Protect the Teachers Union and Radical Leftist Ideology. Let's talk about that. Are we suffering from amnesia from the past 3 years? Democrats, under the thumb of the teachers union, kept schools closed for far longer than needed. The effects, just look at the facts, were catastrophic. According to the Department of Education's own statistics, average scores have fallen in essentially every key metric. This all occurred under the backdrop of the nearly $190 billion, some of which remains unspent, that was appropriated under the COVID aid bills to make sure schools are safer for children and staff. Also during this time, Republicans and parents, God forbid, let's not forget about the parents, right, led the charge to keep pornography out of schools. Democrats have cried outrage at attempts to prohibit graphic novels such as Gender Queer off the shelves of school libraries. They'll cry book banning, but I bet not one Democrat on this committee would openly read this book to their children. Another great travesty for Democrats is the prohibition of allowing teachers to talk to five-year-olds about their gender ideology. God forbid we focus on reading, writing, and math. And God forbid we say a child's education shouldn't be determined by their zip code. Democrats will say they are for education while at the same time fight back against attempts at getting kids, especially low-income ones, out of failing schools. Democrats will say we're cutting funding for education, but they can't point to a provision in this bill that actually cuts funding. Why? I'll tell you why. Because there isn't a cut to education in this resolution, but that won't stop them from fear-mongering. But parents, I can assure you, are tired of it. They know who fought to keep schools closed, the Democrats. They know who fought to keep porn on the bookshelves of their children's school library, the Democrats. And who fought to continue to fight against school of choice? The Democrats. Spare me this hollow amendment. The facts are clear. Regardless of the spin, vote no on this amendment, and I yield my time.
I thank the gentlelady from Michigan. Now yield the balance of the time to Mr. Klein from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to my friend, my colleague from the Commonwealth of Virginia, I oppose the amendment because we cannot afford the disastrous education policies perpetuated by this administration. Our massive government debt currently amounts to more than $98,000 per U.S. citizen and is rising, meaning that our children are already put at a disadvantage before they can even vote to stop this excessive spending. Further, this administration has used taxpayer dollars to send government mediators from the Department of Justice to interject into the affairs of local school boards when they don't like the policies that they're seeking to implement, including those in my district, the Roanoke County School Board, and push for the adoption of policies that they promote their woke agenda. This budget responds to Democrats' failed education policies by reining in the woke, wasteful, and bloated bureaucracy, and responds to this administration's unconstitutional student loan policies by protecting taxpayer dollars and ending the bailouts. I urge a no vote on the amendment with respect to the patron, and I yield back to the chairman.
I thank Representative Klein and now yield the 1 minute to the gentleman for Virginia for rebuttal or for closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, test scores have been down. Students were out of school. But the historic economic growth and investments in education made possible by the American Rescue Plan Act, which passed without a single congressional Republican vote, provided for the necessary funding to open the schools safely and make up for lost learning. There were no specific cuts in the Republican budget, you could say, because we're only talking about spending levels, but if you come to these levels, you're going to have cuts. Now, the investments made by the Biden administration during the past 2 years led to, respectively, the first and second largest job growth years in American history. Our economy has added more than 13 million jobs since President Biden took office, and Democrats are focused on building the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. We have chronically underfunded these programs, and this amendment would just reject these cuts and at least maintain present funding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia. The question's on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Scott. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. As agreed to, we'll postpone the recorded vote, but grant that until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Doggett from Texas. This is amendment number 7. I believe, no, 8. My apologies. Amendment number 8. We'll have the clerk report out while the amendment's being distributed.
Amendment number 8 on taxes offered by Mr. Doggett.
I yield 4 minutes to my fellow Texan, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is designed to assure that your resolution does what you and the other sponsors say they want by removing a gaping loophole in the resolution that makes this budget completely unbalanced. The amendment eliminates Section 302, which would authorize unlimited tax breaks at the same time other parts of this resolution do so much harm. You know, this resolution is really based on an approach that is a little like a scene from that classic horror film, Night of the Living Dead. We're surrounded by zombie Republican ideas. No matter how many times they're knocked down as false and phony, they just keep coming back. Republicans claim, for example, that if we will just disinvest in America, spend less in the American people, that will accelerate growth. They say it's government spending on infrastructure, on basic medical research, on child care, on health care, on educating Americans from pre-K to post-grad so that we have a competitive workforce, that we're just doing too much investment in those areas. Well, I think is really a zombie approach. And Republicans also would replace these vital investments as they slash them in the existing investments in the budget with tax cuts for giant corporations and the ultra-wealthy, with the claim that the benefits will somehow trickle down to working families from those at the very top. The phony claim that tax cuts pay for themselves, all thoroughly discredited, all back from the dead with a vengeance. A tax cut, a tax expenditure is little different than a direct government expenditure. Either one, if not offset, if not paid for, will increase the debt, just as Fitch said in July when it brought down the rating for federal debt securities. Section 302 approves Republicans enacting as many tax benefits for the well-off and the well-connected as they can get away with. Yet their own witness at this table, in this committee, Douglas Holtz-Aiken, told this committee that tax cuts do not pay for themselves, no matter how great that sounds at campaign rallies. They never have, they never will. And we have ample historical evidence of the damage that those Republican policies cause. Under President Clinton, our budget was in a surplus. Independent analysis showed we were on a path to eliminate all federal debt by 2008. Alan Greenspan even testified that Democrats were just paying down the debt too fast. But 2 rounds of Bush tax cuts and the 2017 $2 trillion Trump GOP tax scam, slashing corporate taxes by 40%, changed all that. The enormous cost of tax cuts, mostly benefiting those at the top, can explode our deficit. The budget before us today does nothing to fix that. Rather, it's designed so that the privileged pay even less of the cost of our national security and other vital services. Their first priority in this Congress, the very first bill passed, hacked the deficit. It hacked and hiked it by $120 billion because they were so eager to protect tax cheats. And tax cheat protection, so that people like Donald Trump never get a meaningful audit, is continued in today's resolution. Then in June, after a last-minute save from a catastrophic default on the full faith and credit, Republicans couldn't wait for the ink to dry on the proposal before they were offering hundreds of billions of dollars in additional tax cuts. If they are successful in continuing all of the tax cuts in what they say is locking in tax cuts, $3.5 trillion added to the deficit, to the debt not disclosed in this resolution. I move adoption of the amendment.
I thank the gentleman from Texas and ask if there are any members who'd like to claim time in opposition to the amendment. Mr. Blake Moore, my friend from Utah, I yield 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Our Republican budget today gives latitude for authorizing committees to prevent tax increases and improve the pro-growth tax reforms for middle-class families and small businesses that have helped our nation reach record high levels of tax revenue since enactment of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Wait a minute, let me read that again. Record high levels of tax revenue since the enactment of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Our nation does not have a revenue problem. My criticism, that I will agree with maybe every member on this committee, is it wasn't that we made taxes competitive in 2017. We didn't do enough about spending then. That's what we're trying to do today. We're trying to recognize that a strong economy produces more revenue. We have more revenue today than we've ever had before. And our spending multiplies by a factor uncontrollable. This is not a revenue problem. This is a spending problem. And every single American knows it, if we're going to be honest with ourselves. And I'm telling you, I don't think my party did enough in 2017 and the years after that to do enough about spending. I know there's a desire to, and I know it's really hard. Today, what we're doing is really, really hard. But this is not about the easy headline of tax the rich or however you want to communicate this. 1% of earners pay 40% of tax in America. We have a progressive tax code, okay? Obviously, I get passionate about this topic. I never hear any criticism about doubling the child tax credit or the standard deduction and what that did for middle-class Americans. Never once from my Democratic colleagues. When you look at what actually took place with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, it did what we needed to do to make America competitive, to keep companies here so they wouldn't keep offshoring because tax incentives are better. I've lived in Singapore. The top tax rate is 17%. Companies are flocking to Singapore to set up their business. They don't have an unemployment issue over there either because they're able to attract and they grow their revenue. If you have lower competitive taxes, you grow your revenue. And we have the highest revenue in the history of our nation, but our spending is out of control. That's all we're trying to do today. We're trying to find an area. The point that I love the most about this budget resolution is that we're trying to cut $3 trillion over the next 10 years of interest, okay? Interest is going to take over our defense budget. It will be more than we spend on Medicare and potentially Social Security one day if we don't do something about it. We cannot tax ourselves out of this issue. To support this point, I request unanimous consent on another very important topic by an article from the Census Bureau that income and poverty in the United States in 2019 And this found that poverty rate has declined to an all-time low of 10.5% after 2017, after the enactment of TCJA. I can't stress the importance enough that when we empower Americans, we strengthen our economy, and we produce higher tax revenues. And nobody's found this to be perfect. And we've continued to add debt for the last 20 years. I love the talk of the late 90s. And you can't say that the Democrat administration, led by Chairman Panetta right here, didn't find areas to cut too, right? There's areas to cut. That's what we're trying to do today. And it's just something that we have to be willing to be adults about and recognize revenues have never been higher, and spending is growing at a clip that we cannot overcome it. And I yield to Representative Grothman.
So ordered on the submission for the record. Yield the remaining time to Mr. Grothman.
We'll mention a couple things really quickly that haven't been taken up. First of all, with regard to Mr. Kilby, one of my favorite Democrats, law enforcement should be kept local. We love it when local law enforcement stands up to Michelle Lujan there and tells her we're not going to, play with the guns. We know there are all sorts of people around in your party. If they had a chance, they'd use the local law enforcement to force people to get vaccinated. They'd use law enforcement to collect the guns. In America, we want law enforcement to be local and tell the federal government to keep their hands off. Secondly, this IRS agent thing. It's a big number, 87,000. Big numbers all kind of go together. That's 200 new agents per congressional district. But in addition to the agents you already got, what would you do with 200 new agents per congressional district? I mean, you got to wonder what their plans are. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman from Wisconsin, and yield to my friend from Texas a final 1 minute to close.
The debate shows the basic division. We Democrats don't believe that we will grow America by cutting investment in Americans. I hear defense of the progressive tax code. It is a tax code after the Trump giveaway, where major multinationals are paying less than 8% effective tax rate. Police officers, nurses, teachers have to pay much more. This tax code that we have today is so full of special interest provisions and loopholes, it makes Swiss cheese look solid. The Republican resolution we have before us, by supposedly locking in tax cuts, means they are locking in an additional $3.5 trillion that would be added to the deficit if they make all of these Trump tax cuts permanent. And now they threaten to shut down the government if they don't get their way in less than 10 days. Despite the billions that previous Republican shutdowns have cost our economy and the pain they have caused Americans, they want to do it again. One member of this committee says it's not a question of whether we have a shutdown, it's just a question of how long. That's where the attention should be focused, not on this kind of mechanism. I yield back.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett from Texas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Yes, sir, but according to the agreement, we will just postpone that recorded vote until a later time after the, later time in the markup. I'll get this down here by the end of the 5-hour markup, so let's go back to the question. Are there any amendments at the desk?
Mr. Chairman, I got an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Panetta.
Thank you.
We are on amendment number 9. So clerk, read it out while we distribute the amendment, please.
Amendment number 9 on agriculture offered by Mr. Panetta.
A friend from California, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this. My amendment would help stop the threat of a government shutdown by restoring 2024 appropriations to the funding levels agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. It's an amendment that would prevent the dangerous cuts envisioned by this budget resolution to agricultural programs that are absolutely vital to our nation's farmers, be it in California or be it in Texas, Mr. Chairman. Now, the resolution that we have that we're dealing with unfortunately targets agricultural programs that are vital to America's farmers. Rather than fund the government at the agreed upon levels in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, This resolution and a potential shutdown that it may cause would force deep cuts to ag programs that are vital to America's farmers. Cuts to loans for financially distressed farmers, cuts and delays to subsidy payments and other farmer assistance, cuts and delays in the production and release of important commodities, service, and farm wage reports and data releases. In addition, this resolution would result in funding cuts to programs that support our farmers and agricultural innovation. It would cut funding for the National Institute of Food and Agriculture. It would cut Agriculture and Food Research Initiative, AFRI as it's known, and it would limit funding for the Agricultural Advanced Research and Development Authority, AGARDA as it's known. It would also underfund the Agricultural Research Service and research stations like the one in Monterey County close to my district and serves my producers in my district. Now, the resolution could also result in cuts to rural development programs, including a 36% cut to rural water projects, and it would enable a nearly $100 million cut to the Reconnect program for broadband accessibility, and a 30% cut for rural housing loans. Look, Mr. Chairman, when it comes to our nation's agriculture and rural communities, you know best. We cannot risk a shutdown. We cannot force the cuts below what we agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. That's why I would urge adoption of my amendment that would restore agricultural programs to the 2024 appropriations levels. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I think my friend from California yield 5 minutes to myself. We go back and forth. You're the salad bowl. I'm the cotton king. We both represent God-fearing, freedom-loving ag producers. The folks that, by the sweat of their brow, put food on the table, clothes on our backs, give us food security, which is national security. And I know you care deeply about them, and sincerely. And by the way, I wasn't going to bring up the fact that we hadn't had a budget out of this committee in 4 years. Not a single Republican mentioned that. It was a Democrat colleague that recognized that. You talk about intellectual honesty, like that's how we're going to win for our country, is because you didn't have to say that, Jimmy, and I appreciate it. And so just know that's noted by me and appreciated. But let's talk ag. We don't cut agriculture, and we don't cut the safety nets in the farm programs, not a dime, not a penny. We do reserve those important debates and decisions to our colleagues on Ag Committee. They're meeting out this farm bill, and I don't know if you agree with this or not, but the farm bill safety nets, mainly the weather risk and the market risk insurance programs, are not working. And primarily, look, there's drought and weather-related issues, there's supply chain disruption, but the biggest challenge for our American farmers and ranchers right now are the input costs, the expenses. The safety net is a reference price. It is a price only. It's not a margin-based safety net trigger. So if the economy fluctuates like it has because of inflation, it's not indexed like Social Security, Medicare, and other programs. So what I'm trying to tell everybody here on the committee is there really isn't effectively a safety net right now in agriculture. Why does that matter to you? Why does it matter to the American people and the 20 people that might be watching this right now?
You're an optimist.
I'll tell you why. Because we can't let happen to the United States in food producing what has happened to the United States in drug production, where we outsourced it to China almost entirely. What we've done with outsourcing the entirety of our computer chip manufacturer, or effectively all of our computer chips, to Taiwan. What happens when we have to beg another country for the basic needs of our families? So the safety net has to work. I don't pretend to have the answers on that, except to say it doesn't right now. And quite frankly, $80 million is not going to make that safety net work. But I think there are savings, and this is what I would submit. And, you know, my colleague, Mr. Blumenauer, is not here, but he is like a dog with a bone on ag programs working efficiently and effectively. And I would say the current system, Mr. Panetta, the current Farm Bill, it isn't sufficient. And how do I know that? Farmers and the ag community have to keep coming back here every year for ad hoc disaster assistance. Do you know how much we've paid out in transfer payments to producers in ad hoc disaster assistance over the last 5 years of the current Farm Bill? Almost $100 billion. So, I think the good news for my friend Mr. Blumenauer is crop insurance, which is a public-private partnership. Producers pay into it. The federal government does subsidize, but it has an improper payment rate of about 2%. That's almost 2 or 3 times less than the average across the federal government. And the improper payment rate for SNAP is, well, it's $11 billion. I think it's about 10%. We can save money, Jimmy, if we don't do this ad hoc disaster. It's unbudgeted, it's fiscally irresponsible. Let's fix the structural problem with the farm programs, which is going to require some real resources. We can save money that way, we can save agriculture, and we can ensure food security for all Americans if we do it. I appreciate the spirit of your amendment. I support the spirit of your amendment and the principle of it, but it's not the right amendment. We don't cut any monies on it, but we've got to figure out how to make this thing work going forward for the sake of our ag community, rural America, et cetera. Jimmy, I yield a minute back to you for the final word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your words and obviously your leadership. But also, you understand, being from the rural district that you come from, and the reason why I think both of us like representing and fighting for our men and women in agriculture is because they're constantly pivoting. They're constantly doing what's right to succeed. And they're constantly dealing with unpredictability, be it Mother Nature, be it mandates, be it the markets, be it migration, and dealing with a solid labor force. That's why the last thing we want to do is give them more unpredictability. And the first thing we should do is give them predictability, especially with a budget. And Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I just don't believe that this budget does that. And so I appreciate the majority's desire to rein in unnecessary spending and ensure that our agriculture dollars are wisely spent. However, at the end of the day, a deal is a deal, and our farmers and ranchers need predictability. We have 10 days left to get a bill that both parties and both chambers can agree to. My amendment would reflect the spending levels that we agreed to so that we can get back to passing appropriations bills and supporting our farmers and ranchers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank my friend from California and look forward to working on ag issues and issues affecting rural America for as long as I'm in Congress. I have tremendous respect for you, my friend. I'm going to submit this with unanimous consent, a GAO report on improper payments for USDA. With that, let's go ahead and tee up the question on agreeing to the amendment by Mr. Panetta. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Granted, and again, pursuant to our agreement, we'll postpone that recorded vote until later in the markup.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I have an amendment at the desk.
My colleague from Texas has an amendment. Would you report that out, Mr. Clerk, and give us just a few minutes or a few seconds to circulate that?
Amendment number 10 on health offered by Ms. Jackson Lee.
My friend from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee, we yield 4 minutes.
And we are friends from Texas, Mr. Chairman, and I wish that we could move and proceed accordingly, because I don't think any American benefits from a government shutdown. I'm wearing red today, standing in solidarity with the UAW workers, who obviously would be hurt by the continuing conditions they experience, just as the writers in California are suffering from the conditions they're experiencing. This amendment stops the threat of a government shutdown by restoring 2024 appropriations to the funding levels agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. It prevents the dangerous cuts envisioned by extreme actions in this House by the majority, particularly reductions to protect or to programs that protect health and well-being of Americans. Let me put into the record, because a good friend obviously cited Singapore, 334,223,854 people are in the United States as of January 2023. Don't think in any way Singapore competes. We like the work Singapore does, but they benefit by the trade they do with the United States. We're trying to fix and help the people in this country. And so my amendment is to emphasize protecting them. This increase to the budget authority and outlays for Function 550 will prevent extreme funding cuts that stifle life-saving biomedical innovation, surrender to ongoing public health crises in mental health, opioid use, HIV/AIDS, and health disparities. In particular, this would save the National Institutes of Health by $17.4 billion. It is below the enacted level funding, including a cut of $216 million for National Cancer Institute, a cut of $139 million for the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Strokes, a cut of $139 million for the National Institutes of Mental Health. All our local communities like Houston, Texas, and other states and cities depend on. A cut of $1.5 billion for the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, funding cut by $1.6 billion. Democrats are working with President Biden to improve access to health care. Last year, I offered amendments in the last cycle to protect Medicaid and Medicare. And we're trying to lower the cost of life-saving drugs for Americans by slashing, but Republicans are slashing investments in health research that improves health and well-being of all Americans. Investments in research, especially those focused on cancer and other diseases such as diabetes, dementia, are critical in improving the lives of hardworking Americans. Surrender to ongoing public health crises. As I indicated, funding cuts to substance abuse, mental health services, and SAMHSA, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, would worsen the conditions of Americans, harm women's health, provide access denying them access to health services, would harm women's health and deny women's rights to privacy, autonomy, reproductive rights. In addition, this would hurt and cut funding for maternal and child health block grants and eliminated funding. Family planning. So the Jackson-Lee Amendment is responding to the over 334 million Americans, hardworking Americans in this land, restoring our numbers back to the appropriate 2024 appropriations level. Submitting to the record a statement, House Fiscal Year 2024 Appropriations Bill, governed by our Republican friends, reveal an extreme agenda that would set women back decades. Please join me in a bipartisan effort to at least give one of the greatest obligations we have, besides democracy, is to keep our people healthy and having access to good health care. Join me in supporting working Americans by supporting the Jackson-Lee Amendment.
Your submission, Ms. Lee, without objection, is so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And now I will ask if there are any members who would like to claim time in opposition to the amendment. Ms. Spice from Oklahoma, yield 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is unnecessary. Our budget proposal does not cut any of the priorities mentioned. The proposal continues investment in biomedical research and public health. It also is extremely important as our nation responds to the deadly opioid and fentanyl epidemic. The budget prioritizes our nation's response to the deadly opioid and fentanyl crisis by including a policy statement directing resources to combat fentanyl and opioid abuse. It also includes efforts to secure the border and reduce the supply of harmful drugs into the nation. You know, it's sort of ironic that this amendment claims our budget includes, quote, funding cuts that stifle life-saving biomedical innovation. President Biden and Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act established government price setting for medicines in Medicare, restricting seniors' access to innovative cures and therapies. This has stifled patients' hope for new drugs, especially for pediatric and rare disease patients. Even the CBO's nonpartisan analysis concluded the Inflation Reduction Act will lead to fewer medicines reaching patients. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit this article from the Wall Street Journal detailing how Democrats' drug price setting policies are already killing new development of cures and therapies into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is unnecessary. It ignores the budget commitment to life-saving biomedical research and innovation and investment in public health priorities, including our response to the opioid crisis. I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back the
I
balance.
thank my friend from Oklahoma and yield 1 minute for closing comments. And after this amendment, we're going to pause for everyone to go vote, come back here at 2:30, if you would, please. Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee, 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. There's nothing that has been offered in opposition to, in complete clarity, suggest that the draconian cuts that are occurring will not stifle life-saving biomedical innovation, worsen ongoing public health crises and mental health, opioid use, HIV, AIDS, and health disparities, and in particular, women's health. The opponent has no basis on that. We know that if you make these kinds of cuts, you will interfere with and absolutely undermine these very specific programs. But let me also add the crisis that I face in my state of Texas. I've joined Congressman Doggett in a letter that has asked CMS to stop Texas from eliminating people based on procedural errors, their errors. We lost 100,000 people off of Medicaid because of Texas errors on the procedure. And just a few days ago, 24,000 children lost Medicaid. When you make these kinds of overall cuts, you don't know what havoc you're creating. This draconian shutdown budget is creating havoc, and you're taking health care from hardworking Americans, including those like the UAW workers, the writers in California, and any other worker who's out there every day trying to support their families. I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson-Lee amendment. We try to put the House back together again. We try to rebuild the house that has been torn down. We try to help men and women and families have their lives saved. And I ask support for this amendment.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Jackson-Lee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, as I ask for a roll call, may I ask unanimous consent to put this letter to CMS on September 19, 2023 into the record?
Absolutely, without objection,
And
so
a roll call
ordered.
vote.
And we will roll call according to the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Later on in the markup. Now, the committee will now recess, subject to the call of the chair. We'll see you back here at 2:30. If Ben Klein will come in here, we'll have enough Republicans just to go ahead and tee this sucker up, pass that resolution, and we welcome our Democrat colleagues to join us at our press conference here in 5 minutes. 5-minute vote. All right, let me do this and make this official. The committee will come to order, and we will proceed with the question, are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady from Minnesota has an amendment, and we are on number 11. So clerk, if you'll read that out, please, we will take a few seconds and distribute the copies of the amendment.
Amendment number 11 on economic security programs offered by Ms. Omar.
Ms. Omar, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My amendment will restore the 2024 appropriation funding to the funding levels agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, protecting vital economic security programs. This budget resolution would lead to dangerous cuts for social safety programming that millions of our constituents rely on to meet their basic needs. Mandatory spending for income security programs, including SNAP and TANF, would be slashed by nearly $1 trillion under this budget framework. The Women, Infant, and Children program, which provides nutrition assistance to 5 million women and children, would be cut by $800 million. House Republicans would also cripple new affordable housing development under this proposal. Funding for home investment partnership programs would be cut by nearly 70%, resulting in 20,000 view homes being constructed or renovated in communities across the country. These cuts would increase housing costs further by eliminating funding for housing choice vouchers for 20,000 households, including approximately 6,000 households headed by seniors. The added cruelty of these implicit cuts is the timing. The United States is grappling with a rising food insecurity and poverty rates as the positive impacts of past economic support, like the enhanced child tax credit, have faded. We are also dealing with affordable housing shortage. This is only getting worse in this high interest rate environment. And yet Republicans are determined to force deep cuts to programs that help keep people fed and safely housed right before the winter during these hunger and housing crises. My amendment would ensure that Congress does not leave countless Americans out in the cold without enough food to feed their families. If you care about your constituents' livelihoods and well-being, you should vote for this amendment.
I thank the gentlelady and would now open up the floor for anyone who would like to take time to oppose the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I request time.
I yield to the gentleman from Michigan, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's start with a question. Which government programs create individual and family confidence and resilience? Now let's get to reality. For generations, Americans have prized the values of hard work and self-sufficiency, and prospects for upward mobility have long encouraged people of all backgrounds to move up the economic ladder. However, rather than embracing these ideals, our nation's welfare programs continue to trap Americans in a perpetual state of dependency on government assistance. These programs are allowing too many able-bodied adults to sit at home, resulting in major workforce shortages and driving costs up for businesses, which are then passed on to consumers in the form of higher prices. And the cycle starts anew. As a nation, we must break this cycle and return our welfare system to its original purpose as a temporary, I repeat, temporary safety net for those truly in need, not a final destination for able-bodied Americans who refuse to work. This is not a controversial idea. In fact, in 1996, then Senator Biden justified his own vote for bipartisan welfare reform, which included work requirements to incentivize employment and reduce welfare caseloads. Biden said then, quote, "The culture of welfare must be replaced with the culture of work." The culture of dependence must be replaced with the culture of self-sufficiency and personal responsibility. I don't agree with the president on much, but that's very well stated. I hope he wrote it. As described in a recent piece by the American Enterprise Institute, work requirements are, quote, an effective anti-poverty tool, especially in light of the evidence that they actually increase employment and raise income for families. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit the AEI article into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. This amendment undermines our efforts for fiscal responsibility while promoting dependency. I repeat, individual and family dependency on government rather than empowering Americans through the opportunity. So again, let's end with a question on my part here. Tell me government programs that actually create the environment of a hand up, not a hand out. And I'll support that any day. And with that, I yield to my colleague, Congressman Klein.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to emphasize that this budget provides more than $9 trillion in funding for low-income programs over the next decade. And we can talk about these programs. We can talk about the amendment from the gentlelady to add almost $1 trillion more. But let's talk about what the impact of this spending actually would do and has done to inflationary costs and to costs of housing. And the gentlelady talked about affordable housing crisis. We have affordable housing problems in my district as well. And I go to my builders and I ask them, why are we having problems? What are your main drivers of your costs when you build houses? And what they say are the environmental regulations that were just tacked on last year. That you have the Green New Deal that was just passed under the guise of the Inflation Reduction Act and did nothing to reduce inflation, but it sure did a lot to increase the cost of housing. And so, I would say that we could do more to address the affordable housing crisis by reducing regulations on small businesses, home builders, and other small businesses that would actually help to bring down the cost of housing and help those in our communities who are facing affordable housing crises. So this amendment would simply continue to fuel that inflationary fire that has raised the cost of housing, raised the cost of building affordable housing, and actually run contrary to the aim of the gentlelady's amendment. So I would oppose the amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Using the balance of your time here, I just want to say, I haven't met a member of Congress on either side that doesn't want to help people who are struggling. They're working hard and still having a tough time making ends meet. We can argue about making, ways to make it more efficient, ways to get the states involved, ways to make the programs more cost effective. But at the end of the day, I think at a base level, and there's requirement issues, there are benefit issues, there are other things related to means-tested welfare. But I think we have to start. We've got a job participation rate that's the lowest, not the lowest, but I think it's the lowest in about 25 years. We need to restore the dignity of work and the work ethic in this country, not just because it's a fiscal matter, because it's good for people to use their God-given talents to contribute to our great country. With that, I'm going to yield 1 minute for the final comments from the gentlelady from Minnesota.
I believe the people of this country are dignified people. No one stands in line to get food unless they need it. No one goes through the rigorous humiliation that it takes for you to apply for welfare programs. Dignity is within people. What we are talking about is the work that we have to do here in government to try to support those who need it. I also know that there are countless members on this committee and in Congress who have had the support of government programs, who are now wealthy and well off. So the idea that because somebody is on a government program, that they are going to stay on a government program forever is not something that exists. There are many countries around the world who provide government assistance where people are not constantly on welfare. We have to provide the bootstraps if we are saying people need to pull themselves up?
Thank you. If
Yeah,
I may,
please.
gentlemen, yield, because we're obviously running way ahead of schedule and have done this sparingly throughout. So now it really needs to be good, right? I just want to respond to something that the chairman said, because I sincerely disagree with the comment that we need to restore the American people's work ethic. I think we can cheer the fact, and there is data after data that shows this, we have the most productive workforce in the world today. We can also cheer the fact that there are more Americans of a working age, or excuse me, a higher percentage of working age Americans in the workforce today than at any point since 1999. That, quote, great resignation storyline that you would read about a couple of years ago is as out of date as 4-year-old milk. The reality is what has built this country is the American work ethic. And those that have this perception that there's this group of people out there just sitting on their couch watching Jerry Springer all day, and that they're collecting a huge amount of money and that's what's blowing up the deficit and debt, it just isn't so. I can tell you from a perspective of a working class district in Philadelphia, almost everyone I know works hard and comes from a working family. That is the reality of America today. So to the best we can, let's defeat any sort of negative caricatures about the work ethic of the American people.
The gentleman yield.
We've got some time. Go ahead, Mr.
I just
Klein.
wanted to ask the gentleman from Philadelphia, wouldn't he agree that the workforce participation rate over the last 20 years, not the last 2 since COVID, but the last 20, has been steadily decreasing?
Yeah, so I thought the gentleman was going to make a much more of a smart aleck remark than his sincere and good question, given our sports bantering that typically goes on. Actually, Mark Zandi, when he was here testifying in our committee, spoke to that. Over the last 25 years, our worker participation rate through Democratic and Republican presidencies has declined. He said most of that is explained, though, by also the aging of our population. Even more worrying, though, over the next generation, as the graying of our population continues, that is all. Excuse me. That is also supposed to continue. So again, though, let's just make sure we're not mixing apples and oranges. We do have a population that is getting older, and a higher percentage of Americans will be out of the workforce due to older age.
Some of us are graying faster than others.
Sorry.
Last comment on this. In my district, I can't imagine it's any different than anyone else's. There are people that need it, probably desperately need it, and but for the grace go I. And when they need it, we need to make sure it's working and that the people who need it have those resources. But I will tell you, in my district, there are a number of people that abuse the system. And I hear it from businesses, I hear it from other community leaders who say there are people who take advantage of the system. And I don't understand. I don't think we need to cast aspersion on everybody that's on welfare. We should, like you said, champion and cheer on everybody to be the best that their God-given potential allows. But why not put just a common sense, quality control, guardrail, whatever you want to call it, to say if you're able to work, you should. That, I just don't understand why we couldn't agree on that. And then just say, whether it's 2% or 20%, it shouldn't happen. It's not right for the person and their family, and it's not right for the taxpayer. That I get. I don't think anybody's saying everybody that's on welfare is abusing that system and not working when they can. So anyway, with that, let's go ahead and call the question. Questions on agreeing on the amendment from Ms. Omar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. If you'd like a roll call, we'll do it later before the end of the markup.
Yes.
Okay.
Request a report of it.
Okay, request granted. Any other questions? I think we have a few more amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Scott Peters.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Peters has an amendment. If the clerk will read that out, I believe that is amendment.
Amendment number 7 on infrastructure offered by Mr. Peters.
I'd like to yield 4 minutes to my friend from California, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, my amendment, would prevent the cuts that the majority is pushing for particularly to reductions programs critical for our nation's infrastructure. The amendment stops the threat of a government shutdown by restoring 2024 appropriations to the funding levels we agreed to in the Fiscal Responsibility Act just earlier this year. Investing in infrastructure is not just about fixing roads and bridges, it's about building healthy communities. And the budget resolution before us would cut infrastructure funding for vital projects in my district and across America. And I want to talk about one today in San Diego that I'm particularly concerned about. We have a dangerous and critical health crisis plaguing the San Diego region. This is the raw sewage spilling into Tijuana River Valley, polluting our beaches and neighborhoods. The South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant is a critical facility. It's a United States facility managed by the U.S. International Boundary and Water Commission under the Department of State. Under an international treaty, by the way, Mexico pays the U.S. to treat sewage originating in Baja California. This is overflow that discharges into the Pacific Ocean and flows upward onto San Diego shores. This is a plant we built in the 1990s under bipartisan agreement with federal money. But today, the contaminated water contains raw sewage, industrial waste, trash, and even toxic chemicals. And currently, the plant's infrastructure remains exactly the same as it was when it was first constructed in 1997. Expansion of this plant is crucial to process the increased waste from Tijuana, whose population has grown by more than 1 million people since the plant was built. So we've been working on this. In 2020, the congressional delegation from San Diego and our senators, working with the Trump administration, secured $300 million associated with the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement to expand the plant's ability to treat wastewater from 25 million gallons a day to 50 million gallons a day. However, in June, IBWC, the federal government, informed the public that the treatment plant is in such bad shape from not being kept up over time through regular appropriations for infrastructure that we need to rehabilitate the plant before we can expand it. The effect of this is really remarkable, that we have raw sewage washing up on the shores of Imperial Beach, which is a community represented by Mr. Vargas. And as that dries, people are breathing fecal matter. The beaches in Coronado have been closed for 2 straight summers, year-round, because it's unhealthy. Meanwhile, we have Navy SEALs training in that water, telling us that they are swimming into pieces of feces that are coming out of this. This is a failure to invest in American infrastructure. This is a piece of American infrastructure that has seen years of underinvestment in construction and maintenance. It's left it in dire need of emergency repairs and expansion to treat untreated flows. This budget proposal and a possible shutdown would only make fixing things like this in San Diego and across the country that much tougher. The status quo in San Diego is unsustainable. It's unacceptable. We need help now, not cuts. We need action, not budget brinksmanship, and we need it now. The way to deal with this over time, I think, as I've talked about with the chairman and other members of this committee, is to get a fiscal commission to get ourselves in line, both for all kinds of spending, and that's going to be it's going to be a hard look at the budget. It's also going to be a hard look at our tax policy. But a budget needs to invest in America's success. This budget resolution and shutdowns interrupt the tourism and travel sectors, squeeze small businesses, leave behind communities, and put people at risk in places like San Diego, where we're confronting problems that we cannot solve on our own, like cross-border sewage that is literally sickening our community from a plant owned and operated by the United States of America. We got to get this right. This has got to stop. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank my friend from California. Now open it up for any member who'd like to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Yakum, I yield to you, Mr. Representative from Indiana, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit the Government Accountability Office's report to congressional committees, high-risk series, funding the nation's surface transportation, into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Currently, the CBO projects that the Highway Trust Fund will reach insolvency by 2028. Our budget resolution provides a deficit-neutral solution to the Highway Trust Fund by aligning the trust fund's spending with its incoming revenues. This is a logical step, as it will create fiscal stability, financial stability within the trust fund and eliminate its terrible track record of being bailed out by the American taxpayers. The original design of the trust fund made it so that individuals who utilize our highways the most would help support this fund through taxes on gasoline, tires, and other automotive-related expenses. However, these user fees have lost their effectiveness over time, putting the general fund on the hook supporting the trust fund. The GAO estimates that from 2008 to 2021, the Highway Trust Fund received over $270 billion in taxpayer bailouts. These types of government bailouts need to stop. It's essential that we keep investing in our nation's infrastructure, but in a financially responsible way, which is why the budget resolution we have put forward today includes a deficit-neutral reserve fund for investments in our national infrastructure. When we look towards the future investment into our nation's infrastructure, we need to ensure that it's done in a fiscally responsible manner so it does not compound our debt. When we look back at IJA, congressional Democrats argued that IJA would be paid for through $589 billion in offsets over the next 10 years. However, the CBO's current calculations estimate pay-fors only accounted for $180 billion, leaving an additional $400 billion shortfall. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I would like to yield the balance of my time to my esteemed colleague and friend from Georgia, Mr. Drew Ferguson.
I thank the gentleman from Indiana and from a dear friend from California. Having a waste treatment plant in that sort of disrepair is absolutely horrible. I've been a mayor. I've had to deal with such things. I understand what you're going through. But I think one of the things that I would ask first on that is, how much has California and San Diego contributed to that or not contributed to that? I don't know the answer to it. But when I look at this and look at the spending and the choices that we're having to make right now, we can't do that kind of project and pay for $6.4 billion of carbon reduction programs, $1 billion for Reconnecting Communities pilot program, $2.5 billion for charging and fueling stations for electric cars, another $5 billion National Electric Formula Program, $10 million for total energy efficient building technologies, $5 billion at the EPA for God knows what, and another $5.6 billion at the Department of Transportation for low or no emission bus projects. My point is, we as Americans are going to have to make choices about what we can and can't do. And building electric charging stations across this nation doesn't seem to be as high a priority as fixing a sewer plant in San Diego. So I just think that what this budget does is it does highlight that we are now as Americans having to make some choices. We're going to have to make hard decisions. We're going to have to look at things, and we're going to have to ask ourselves, what's it worth borrowing money for that we have to do right now? And I just think that's the position that we're in. So I think this is, I would urge a no vote on this. I think America has got to make some decisions about either having meaningful infrastructure projects that the country needs right now, such as a waste treatment plant, or the Green New Deal. With that, I yield back.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
the gentleman.
Ferguson. Mr. Chairman, I do yield back.
I thank both gentlemen. Both gentlemen. Been a long day. 1 minute to close to the representative from California.
I understand. I really respect the gentleman from Georgia, and I thought he stated his concern well. I wish I'd seen Congress able to do that. I think maybe one thing to think about in terms of our long-term approach is a commission like that's been referred to in this committee and some other places to get us on the right track. But I don't think that this fits and starts approach, where we have an agreement during the year that we don't live up to, is really serving us well. And I think it's going to hurt a lot of folks like it does in San Diego. So I'd urge support for the amendment. And Mr. Chairman, again, thank you for having the hearing.
I thank my friend from California. Let's call the question on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Peters. All those in favor say aye. All those no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Would you like you bet. Pursuant to our agreement, we'll postpone the recorded vote until later in the markup. Are there any other amendments at the desk?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Trone?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ranking Member Boyle. This budget process is about setting our priorities as a nation and determining the resources we need to meet our goals, ensure every American has a fair chance to succeed. As members of the committee, we have a duty to deliver a budget resolution that makes good on that promise. Yet, we're here today to consider a budget resolution 10 days before the end of the fiscal year, a budget we should have worked on 6 months ago. We're barreling toward a government shutdown because Republicans reneged on the bipartisan budget deal they voted in June. We're trying to deliver on campaign, and they're trying to deliver on campaign promises to cut everything but defense. In this extreme Republican budget, in my home state of Maryland, 600 kids will be cut from Head Start. 4,400 teachers will be kicked out of the classroom due to the budget cuts. Is this really our vision of America? They say they want to decrease the national debt. Who doesn't? But in reality, Republicans are engaged in an insidious cycle of starving our government of resources, complaining government doesn't work, and then cutting some more. That doesn't sound like a winning formula. Well, as the biggest job creator on this committee, here's the truth about investment. Debt is an instrument in your business. It's an instrument in your idea, your people. It's about thinking long term. When I started my business, I took on debt. I believed in my product, my team, and those investments helped us expand into new markets, hire more people to support their families. The investment decisions we make in this room can be the difference between stagnation and innovation. That's why I'm introducing an amendment that would restore critical funding to scientific research and exploration. It prevents the dangerous cuts envisioned by the extreme MAGA House Republicans, particularly reductions in scientific research. Who wants to cut science? Good Lord. And technological advancement. Instead of stripping resources from agencies such as NASA and NSF, we need to drive our country forward and compete in the 21st century. Now more than ever, we're making stunning advances in space exploration, such as NASA's Lunar Surface Electromagnetics Experiment Night Instrument, set to explore the far side of the moon. These scientific advancements take vision and a confidence in our best and brightest, a vision our country that this resolution sorely lacks. I oppose this budget resolution and urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment to support American research and development. I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are willing to deliver actual solutions if they want to balance the budget rather than this charade. I yield the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman from Maryland and now open it up for any member who'd like to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I request to be recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to my friend, or 4 minutes rather, Mr. Good from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the remarks by Mr. Trone, but despite his impressive business experience and success, if he ran his business and spent money and borrowed money the way the federal government does, he would have been out of business and wouldn't have had the success that he's had. This federal government spends 130% of its GDP or gross domestic product. That would be like our debt is 130% of our GDP. That would be like having debt that was 130% of your sales, not your income, but your sales. We'll spend some over $20,000 a citizen this year, over $20,000 a citizen at nearly $7 trillion. Only 15% of that, about $3,000, are on what should be the priority of the federal government. Could you imagine a business that only 15% of what it spent its money on had anything to do with the real priority of the business was? So we'll spend $3,000 trying to keep the nation safe and secure, which is number one responsibility of the federal government. I suppose my friends on the other side do not agree with that, and they believe that it's the responsibility of the government to be the nanny state, to provide for and to take care of the citizens, if you will. We believe the number one responsibility of the federal government is to provide for the safety and security, and including securing and protecting our constitutionally protected rights that we believe are God-given rights. So we'll spend $20,000 per citizen this year, borrowing $6,000 of that. Borrowing $6,000 of that for every citizen, not for every taxpayer or even every household, but every citizen. We have, again, $33 trillion in national debt, which represents right at $100,000 per 330 million Americans. And what do we have to show for that? When you spend and invest in your business, you have something to show for that. What does the average citizen have to show for his or her share of $100,000 of that debt? Now, we were talking specifically about research and development investment, and the federal government, I think we all agree, and this budget reflects, does place a value on that, an appropriate value on that. However, it should be limited to that which only the federal government can do, or only that which the federal government should do, for which there is not the sufficient private incentive to do so. This budget understands the importance of ensuring the United States remains the world's leader in science and technology. This is not an easy task, as we face enormous budget challenges, as I've just mentioned, and increased global competition, specifically from China. I would like my friends on the other side to recognize the threat from China. They are not a competitive partner, as this administration seems to think. They are an existential adversary. But this budget recognizes that challenge and recognizes that communist leadership in China understands the advantages gained by being the global leader in science and innovation, is determined to surpass the United States in critical technologies. Mr. Chairman, I would like to request unanimous consent to submit the fiscal year 2024 views and estimates letter from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also just use as an example of private versus public, or private enterprise versus the taxpayer and the federal government. In 2022, there were a total of 78 successful orbital launches in the U.S., outpacing every other spacefaring nation on Earth. Companies like Rocket Lab, Blue Origin, ULA, and SpaceX are leaps and bounds ahead of government-funded and operated programs in nations like Russia and the aforementioned China. This commercial innovation is what this budget encourages, facilitates, and fosters. And Mr. Chairman, I would also request unanimous consent to submit a data repository from the Center for Strategic and International Studies titled Space Environment Total Launches by Country into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thankful this budget recognizes the premium of the private sector and private investment and private enterprise, and encourages and facilitates that accordingly. And I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Virginia, and now yield to Mr. Trone from Maryland for the last word, and we yield 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Good, for that. We certainly support the safety and security of our country. We're all in. And we certainly support private efforts in space exploration. They've been outstanding, and we hope they continue. But if my colleagues knew what they were doing, we should have done this in March. You pretend to be fiscally responsible. We head to a shutdown. In 2013, the shutdown cost the government $2 billion. We'll never get that back. It's in our debt, $2 billion. You put it there. If you want to be fiscally responsible, get your caucus to pass a continuing resolution. As a former businessman, I know when you believe in something, you invest in it. If we don't invest in research and development, we lose to China every day. We lose. You made my point for me. We lose to China. Let's not lose to China. They're willing to invest in their people, but you don't want to. Here in Congress, we're in the business of helping our fellow Americans, not pulling the rug out from under them. If you're supporting these cuts, you don't believe in the American people. I yield back.
The question's on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Trone. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And if the gentleman would like a roll call vote, happy to roll that in. Okay. We'll postpone the recorded vote until later in the markup. Are there other amendments at the desk?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady from Vermont, clerk, would you read us out, please, as we distribute the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Amendment number 13 on rural communities offered by Ms. Ballant.
Ms. Ballant, you have 4 minutes, rather.
Thank you. The ballot amendment would restore critical funding to rural communities in line with the deal we reached earlier this year. I'm deeply frustrated that rather than fund the government at the levels that we agreed to on a bipartisan basis just a few months ago, Republicans are determined to force deeper cuts that would directly impact rural America. A deal is a deal, and we have it in writing. And as I said earlier, but I think it bears repeating, 15 members of the committee on the Republican side supported that deal. It's like an SNL skit. You can't believe it when you're saying it, but it's true. It's absolutely true. And I'm here standing up for Vermont, which is an overwhelmingly rural state. And I want to highlight the House Republican vision for rural America. Their appropriations bills would cut nearly $100 million to the Reconnect program, which has already delivered high-speed internet to nearly 400,000 households in rural America. It would cut 30% to the Rural Homes Loan Program, which would mean thousands of families in rural America would not be able to get a loan to afford a home. It would cut $500 million to the Rural Energy for America program. This would raise energy costs for approximately 15,000 rural small businesses and agriculture producers. It would cut $564 million to the Lead Hazard Control and Healthy Homes Grant programs, which remediates health hazards like lead-based paint and low-income housing. This will result in approximately 46,000 children continuing to be exposed to lead-based paint hazards. These are cuts that are unacceptable to rural America. I don't understand why Republicans are going after rural America when they've already been kicked to the curb. I do not understand that. When I'm home in Vermont, constituents come up to me routinely at the grocery store, at the post office, downtown at the bank, and what they say is, we don't want you to cut programs that are helping us. In fact, in the midst of this critical emergency in Vermont right now, we should be fully funding FEMA. We should be making sure that people can recover from disasters. It is unacceptable and outrageous that the Republicans are reneging on a deal that we struck to avoid a catastrophic default. Here we are just a few months later at the brink once again, and as my colleague said, it's gonna cost money, a lot of money, to default. So the argument that somehow this is saving us money is absurd. It's ridiculous. So I urge adoption of my amendment. I wish that we could come to some bipartisan agreement and concern and stand up for rural America. It is really hurting right now. It needs our support. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Vermont and open the floor up for anyone who would like to claim opposition to the amendment. I yield to my friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For 5 minutes.
Nothing specifically in this budget cuts, reforms, or provides reductions specifically to Function 450, the community and regional development areas that are being discussed. It's absolutely certain that rural communities have been greatly impacted by this administration. We know that since the time that this administration took office, the average family of four is spending 15% more to buy the exact same goods and services as they were at the head of January of 2021. The average family of four is spending $1,100 more per month to buy the exact same goods and services. That equates to about $14,000 over the course of a year. Specifically, if you look at the 36% increase in energy prices coupled with the 15% general inflation, then you really get a good picture of rural America. I grew up ranching. I still ranch. And it's amazing when you talk to people, what is their biggest issue with, what the federal government's doing or not doing? It's the fact that you can't buy a feed truck for what you could just a few years ago. You can't buy a cake box. You can't buy a feed to fill up a overhead feed bin. It'll cost you almost twice. I was just curious. I wanted to see what good 4-point barbed wire would cost right now compared to what I bought it a few years ago. It's about twice what it was several years ago. And so if you want to know what the average person in rural America is dealing with, it is inflation that is driven by devaluation of our currency because of runaway federal spending. So if you really want to help rural America, get serious about reining in this out-of-control spending addiction. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to submit for the record, a House Budget Memorandum of August 2023 about the CPI report.
Without objection, so ordered.
And that you'll find, the true expense that I kind of mentioned. Specific to agriculture, there's a 23% in just 2 years increase specific to agriculture, inflationary costs. I kind of cited some things a minute ago that I can tell you from being in the agricultural industry. And on that front, Mr. Chairman, I'd also ask unanimous consent to submit data from the Kansas City Federal Reserve Bank on interest rates for business into the record. The cost of borrowing, in addition to all of the inflation, direct inflation, the non-direct costs of interest rates climbing because of this out-of-control spending. That is entitled the Kansas City Federal Reserve Bank Interest Rates Last 18 Months. I'd ask unanimous consent to submit that to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And let me just say that in closing, we want to turn around the hardship on families, farmers, ranchers. Let's get serious about not only helping them directly in what's now and present, but also for their kids and their grandkids, who many people are getting out of the agricultural sector because input costs are so high. And I'm seeing it, and that's the reality of what's happening in rural America. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. Rep. Ballant, you have 1 minute to close.
Thank you. What I want to say is this. I feel like we sit in these committees and we're constantly exposed to a Republican sleight of hand. They make drastic, extreme cuts, and then when we try to hold them accountable as to what that will actually mean for Americans, it's always, well, no, it's not going to impact those people. It's not going to impact those people. And no, it's not going to touch that program. But the money has to come from somewhere. The money has to come from somewhere. So I'm done with the sleight of hand. I call on my colleagues to really put aside this partisan sham and come together to help the people who are most in need of that help. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Ballant. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. If you
request a recorded vote.
We will postpone the recorded vote until later in the markup per our agreement. Are there any other amendments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have what is our final amendment, what I believe is our final amendment, unless there are any other members on the Republican side who have one.
I think we've come to the final amendment. This would be Amendment 15. And if the gentleman will hold, we'll have the clerk report, we'll circulate the amendment, and then you can proceed.
Amendment 15 on the debt ceiling offered by Ranking Member Boyle.
I yield 4 minutes to my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania, Rep. Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know the way that these have been going so far, the previous 14, all Democratic members voting one way, all Republican members voting against. But I really hope as this is being passed out, it's a quick read, all of about 6 or 7 sentences. This is an amendment that builds on an idea that already has bipartisan support. It is about the need to reform the way in which we raise the debt ceiling. To be clear, this does not eliminate the debt ceiling. It simply endorses the idea that we need to reform the way in which we raise it. Because this constant brinksmanship over the last dozen years or so does us no good, only has real harm, and potentially, if at one point we would go over the cliff, would have catastrophic harm. So I have a specific bill that is not reflected in this amendment, which is called the Debt Ceiling Reform Act. It essentially takes an idea that Mitch McConnell had from 2011, which existed for 2 years, and makes it permanent. Our chairman, Jodey Arrington, as well as Mr. Peters, have their own debt ceiling reform idea, which also I think has real merit. And I believe there are other members out there as well with their own proposals. So look, we continue to tempt fate the longer we go with these constant destructive showdowns over the debt ceiling. And that was dramatic. That was, I didn't mean to shock you into, we already have, even though we haven't gone over the cliff yet, we see a real financial cost already. Chairman brought up before the downgrade that we got from Fitch's. The very first thing they cited was the brinksmanship over the debt ceiling and the potential that it not be raised in time. That followed on the heels of the Standard & Poor's downgrade that we received during the 2011 debt ceiling debacle. This issue will be back front and center again in January in 2025. And just think, part of the reason why the House of Representatives is greatly behind in its work and the Senate this year on appropriations bills is because the first 5 months were taken up entirely by the debt ceiling issue. So the policy, and I'll read it verbatim, it is the policy of this resolution that Congress must reform the debt ceiling by making changes in the law that would remove the threat of catastrophic default and ongoing manufacturer crises. I am hopeful that people would consider supporting this amendment, and more importantly, that we will, over the course of the next year, work together to identify a smarter, bipartisan solution to the way in which we raise the debt ceiling, because what we're doing now, I think we could get bipartisan agreement on this, what we're doing right now is a mess as it relates to the debt ceiling. It's costly, and potentially it could be very destructive to us all. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania and ask if there is any opposition to the amendment. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, and I know there are others that would like to comment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find it interesting that having debate on something as serious as a debt ceiling is a problem. The fact that we're having the debate on something that could sink this country, we need to have more debate on it. And to take the debt ceiling off totally, I can't see I don't understand that type reasoning. Mr. Trone had an interesting comment that he's a successful businessman. You borrowed money. I borrow money. I'm in the business arena. The difference is I have to pay it back. I think you have to pay it back. All of us, unless, really, even if you have family money, you got to pay it back. So that's where we are right now. And we're just not paying it back, and it's gotten to a sustained level that we can't sustain. Now, a little history, the debt ceiling has been raised 78 times since it was first used in the 20th century. Because of the debate, government spending has been curtailed. None of these fights have led to a default on the national debt. Letting it go unchecked is, totally out of, I guess, reality.
We have a request for the gentleman to yield. Do you?
Not right now.
Okay.
I'm going to finish this. The fact that savings in government spending have been directly attributed to recent debt ceiling fights. This includes, I think we had $2 trillion in deficit reduction from each of the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023 and the Budget Control Act of 2021. Chairman Arrington, I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from the Brookings Institute, Fiscal Fights of the Obama Administration, and an article from the Committee for Fiscal Responsibility about entitled, How Much the Fiscal Responsibility Act Would Save.
Without objection, so ordered.
And lastly, I would say that the fact that this has been downgraded by Fitch is not a figment of our imagination. Both agencies S&P and Fitch downgraded the U.S. debt due to a lack of medium-term fiscal framework, which we're doing right now with what we're presenting. It's just, that if you want to cause this country to go into a complete tailspin, keep spending and not paying it back, as it would any business or any family that tries to run on a budget, which all of us do. I also ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from Fitch titled Fitch Downgrades. Bottom line,
Without objection, so ordered.
Bottom line, eliminate the debt ceiling would take away a tool that we have to open up the conversation. And if you want to avoid a default, pay the debt off. And there's no better time to do that than now. I want to yield a minute to my good friend Lloyd from Texas.
Well, that's the highest compliment he's ever been paid.
I knew he would say
Yeah, he's Texas, yeah.
That's even worse than the other stuff you were saying.
So I understand the ranking member's intent here. You know, it does get messy, but for me, it's the only time when there's a forcing mechanism for us to talk about the debt. And I think you and I, all of us agree that the debt is a real problem. So I'm opposed to doing away with it unless we have something better. And I think we should come up with something better. For instance, why don't we limit the debt to GDP and have that decline over a period of time? Or why don't we limit expenditures to some percentage of GDP and have that decline over time? And we know the trouble we're in going forward. We could have this it could be a real check. Switzerland, for instance, I think back in the early 2000s did what they called a debt break. Which required in their case, they have a balanced budget amendment, so it's a little different than our situation, but it required their debt to somehow relate back to the revenue over the past few years, and it's worked very, very effectively. So the only point I'm making is, I understand what you're saying, but I think we need some mechanism to require us to have the discussion, and even better, to require us to live within our means. And our debt to GDP is very high now, projected to grow. Let's find a pathway to take that down over a period of time, and we could replace then the debt ceiling with something like that forces us to do that.
The gentleman yield?
Would you yield?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for yielding.
Let me just ask this. By any metric, has the 435 members of both parties done a service for the American people? By any metric you use, is running up a $32 trillion debt, is that doing a good job? If you lost that a fraction of that in your business, is that doing a good job? No, you'd be fired, and you should be. I yield back.
Mr. Boyle, you get the last word, and yield to my ranking member 1 minute for closing.
Yeah, so I want to respond to a couple of things that were said here. But first, I know Mr. Blumenauer was trying to be recognized when Mr. Norman was speaking, so I want to yield him 15 seconds so he has an opportunity.
I just wanted to say, we always have paid off our debt. What freaked people out is the specter that we would default for the first time in American history. We haven't done that, and we're not going to do that if we can get back on track.
You yield to, yeah. Well, thank you. Let me say a couple points. First, there seems to be, again, and it's right in front of us, only about 6 or 7 sentences, there seems to be a misconception about this amendment. This amendment does not remove the debt ceiling. What it does commit ourselves to is exactly what Mr. Smucker was talking about, a better mechanism, a less messy, less costly mechanism by which we raise the debt ceiling. It could potentially have in there a mechanism that forces us in a more constructive way to deal with our debt. That is something actually that's in one of the reform proposals that Mr. Arrington and Mr. Peters have. I also say to Mr. Norman, your statement is not consistent with itself. On the one hand, you said that our $32 trillion debt, it's unsustainable, but then also, by the way, we've raised the debt ceiling 78 times, and that's the only reason why we're curtailing our debt. Both of those things can't be the case. If we have a debt that's too high, then I would say it's self-evident using this as a mechanism to curtail debt has failed, and has failed spectacularly. So it's only over the last dozen years or so, though, that we have had these very scary, very dangerous debacles in terms of threatening to actually not raise the debt ceiling. In other words, renege on our debt and renege on our obligations. That did not happen. If you try to go back and say, geez, how did President Kennedy deal with this, or President Nixon, or President Reagan, or President Bush, it didn't happen. It has been, unfortunately, a function of the sort of, I would say, decline in the sort of norms here in Congress that have only really developed over the last 20 years. So we have time now. Before January 2025 is in front of us, and we're once again dealing with the debt ceiling issue for months and months, let's take this time now to commit ourselves to coming up with an intelligent, bipartisan reform to the debt ceiling that addresses our long-term debt issues in a responsible way, but also takes away the specter of all of us together going off and over that cliff. I yield back.
If I may, Ranking Member, we have agreed to kick off, and we'll spend more time now that we have worked through this in this committee. We'll have to take it beyond that. That will be of interest to us, probably not as much to you all. We need to spend time, because we've agreed that this process is failing from soup to nuts, right? Like, we don't do this enough. I appreciate the thoughtfulness on both sides. We don't have the debate. We don't get budgets out. We don't live by budgets. We waive rules. But I mean, the Republicans have waived the spending caps that we fought hard for in 2010. And then we waived them, I know, as a freshman in 2017. And I just thought, where is the party of fiscal responsibility? On either side, period. So I think this idea is thoughtful, and I think we have to work together to identify a system that holds us all accountable and forces us ultimately to not push this payment of this government on our children. How we do that? I know there's tax considerations on one side, revenue, and there's a belief that our spending is what's running away and driving it. At some point, the option cannot be, though, the default to having our children paying it. And that's, my friends, what's going to happen at this point if things get sideways, and they're already starting to turn, in my opinion. Last word.
Yeah, thank you. And as hope you don't mind me saying this publicly, as we've talked throughout this hearing.
As long as you don't commit me to this amendment.
No. As we were saying privately, this has been an exchange throughout today that we've both enjoyed, very substantive. We have kicked off on a bipartisan basis already the beginning of our effort to try to identify bipartisan reforms to the overall budget process to improve it, because it has broken down more times than it has succeeded in the 49 years it's been in existence, especially over the last 20. And so having the debt ceiling conversation as part of that overall reform effort, I think we both agree is certainly necessary.
I thank my friend and call the question on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Boyle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no.
No.
In my opinion, and it has been my opinion all day, that the noes have it.
For such a young man, I'm concerned about your hearing sometimes, Jody, on some of those votes.
Well, if you'd like a recorded vote,
Yeah,
we will roll
request
them
a
all
recorded
in
vote, yes.
before this markup's over. And now, I again appreciate everybody working through these amendments. Great discussion. Without objection, the committee will now vote en bloc.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I ask to be recognized.
I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina.
I move the committee.
I reclaim the time, and without objection, the committee will now vote en bloc, as I mentioned before, on all postponed votes, all 15 amendments considered. The clerk, if you would, call the roll, please.
Mr. Norman.
Oh, no.
No. Let's.
Mr. Norman, no.
He said.
Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock, no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Good. Mr. Good, no. Mr. Bergman. No. Mr. Bergman, no. Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, no. Mr. Roy. No. Mr. Roy, no. Mr. Moore. No. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Estes. No. Mr. Estes, no. Miss Bice. Miss Bice, no. Miss McLean. No. Miss McLean, no. Miss Fishbach. No. Miss Fishbach, no. Mr. Yocum. No. Mr. Yocum, no. Mr. Brackeen.
No.
Mr. Brackeen, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Boyle.
Aye.
Mr. Boyle, aye. Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Blumenauer.
Aye.
Mr. Blumenauer, aye. Mr. Kildee.
Aye.
Mr. Kildee, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee. Mr. Blumenauer, or Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, aye. Mr. Panetta. Aye. Mr. Panetta, aye. Miss Wexton. Aye. Miss Wexton, aye. Miss Jackson Lee. Miss Jackson Lee. Miss Omar.
Aye.
Miss Omar, aye. Mr. Trone.
Aye.
Mr. Trone, aye. Miss Ballant.
Aye.
Miss Ballant, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Chair, the gentleman is not recorded. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Chairman.
Arrington's a no.
Mr. Chairman, no.
If there are no further amendments, I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Ralph Norman. Okay, I don't recognize Mr. Norman. I mean, I recognize him. I think that's him. And by the way, I think he was going to say, I am a no. And I apologize for cutting you off. Are there any members who wish to vote? Question mark. If not, the clerk shall report, period.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 14 ayes and 20 nays.
The noes have it. The amendments are not agreed to. Now, if there are no further amendments, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee adopt the budget aggregates, the functional categories, and other appropriate matters.
Questions on the adoption of the budget aggregates, functional categories, and other appropriate matters? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Norman.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee on the budget order the concurrent resolution and the budget reported to the House with a recommendation that the resolution be adopted.
Pursuant to Committee Rule 10, I now call up the text of the concurrent resolution on the budget. It is identical to what was distributed yesterday. Legislative text incorporates the budget aggregates, functional levels, and all other relevant items as previously agreed to. I recognize again Mr. Norman.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee on the budget order the concurrent resolution on the budget reported to the House with a recommendation that the resolution be adopted.
Question is on ordering the concurrent resolution on the budget be favorably reported to the House. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the
Mr.
opinion-
Chairman, request record a vote.
You bet. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A roll call vote is requested. The clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock, aye. Mr. Grothman. Aye. Mr. Grothman, aye. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Good. Mr. Good, aye. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman, aye. Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, aye. Mr. Roy. Aye. Mr. Roy, aye. Mr. Moore.
I am an aye.
Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, aye. Miss Bice. Miss Bice, aye. Miss McLean. Miss McLean, aye. Miss Fishbach. Miss Fishbach, aye. Mr. Yocum. Mr. Yocum, aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Boyle.
No.
Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Higgins.
Nope.
Mr. Higgins, no. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Blumenauer. Mr. Blumenauer, no. Mr. Kildee. No. Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Miss Wexton. Miss Wexton, no. Miss Jackson Lee. Miss Jackson Lee. Miss Omar. Miss Omar, no. Mr. Trone. No. Mr. Trone, no. Miss Ballant. Miss Ballant, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Espaillat. No. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Chairman.
I'm a yes.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Are there any members who wish to vote? If not, the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on the vote, there were 20 ayes and 14 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. The concurrent resolution on the budget, reverse the curse, for fiscal year 2024 is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. I note for the record that a quorum is present. I'd like to ask members to remain for a few more minutes for a series of perfunctory motions. Without objection, pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 22 of the Rules of the House, the chair shall be authorized to offer such motions in the House as may be necessary to go to the conference with the Senate on a concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2024,
Just speak up.
and that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming corrections and to calculate the remaining elements required in the resolution prior to the filing of the resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for the requisite number of days to submit minority views.
Without objection. Well, that concludes today's business of the House Budget Committee. The committee now stands adjourned.
You're like, congratulations, man. Congratulations. No, let me stand it. Congratulations.